to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. Pulling out the fire, I'm looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
just feels right. Won't you break me up? Won't you break me up? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
「身も蓋もないわねマジで」「メール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて」「細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way」ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいマディ純粋だと思ったバカねブー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねブー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beats. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go.
I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Here we go.
I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show.
much too young. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get home. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your life. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no.
believing. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind.
Welcome to my empire, rising up from the hellfire. I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire, rising up from the hellfire. I take it down to the
band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. We must survive. So true to let those wise standing for your life. I take a breath. Heart is rising when there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. It's week number 2, your first day here of the second week. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Jamada, and I got chills, Jamada. Just look at that Mako on a horse. Like, what more could you want to have a cinematic?
I was sat there talking to you the entire way through that cinematic. It's just too drippy. It's so good, man. It's so God, chills all the way through. But man, I'm excited to be back with you, brother. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back as well. The new season begins. But man, just last note on that intro. The shot with the shy Jacula Ning. I can't believe Bowland is back in the league and it didn't include him in that shot. Like, come on, guys, get the whole squad in. Oh dear. We've got some bangers coming up though, because when we're looking at older players like that IG roster, for example, when you're thinking back to all those years ago, well, we've got WE and EDG facing off today. Very much a veteran matchup. But yesterday, LGD versus RA. RA taking that one out in the end. But RNG and NIP both getting their first win on the board as well. That's got to feel good for NIP. Stepping in, new organization, getting their first win on the board.
Yeah, right? Like walking in, getting that first win. Maybe a couple of questions, around the rebrand, losing rookie, etc. But I think they really did show up yesterday. Of course, only against Ultra Prime. We'll have to see how they look against some of the other top teams in the league. But Ultra Prime, no slack.
That's near Bowland you're talking about right
look,
there.
Hey, look,
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
You know, look, sorry.
Look, they've had a warm-up game. We'll see how they do after Chinese New Year. Today, though, we're going into WE versus EDG. Very much a battle of the veterans in terms of organizations. WE fielding a much stronger roster than what they did last year. I mean, it's summer. 0-17, already beating that record here in spring 2023. And then Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend as well. EDG and TES both with their debut match of the year.
Yeah, I mean, super excited for both, of course, TES and EDG. AL need a little bit of redemption after what was a bit of a slapping on the opening day of the year in the LPL. I mean, IG looking pretty good, but they definitely want to try and at least show some form of redemption here against TES. And of course, EDG, so many changes in their roster. We'll get to that as we approach the first series of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the topic that we should bring up now is looking at this WE and this EDG roster, kind of assessing the situation. I think we should start with WE, where for WE, they've come in, they've got a win against FPX. It definitely wasn't a perfect series, you know, went the full distance, and some moments could leave things to be desired for WE, but in the grand scheme of things, like Hope and Iwandi reunited on this roster. And also, when they played before, that was on EDG Youth. These guys now going up against EDG, the organization that kind of formed this duo. Excited to see how that's going to go down. But generally, like Shanks as well, being kind of the leader of this WE roster at this point.
Yeah, I think Shanks had quite a few positive moments as well last year. So I'm excited to see that he's remained on WE as well. And I think the bolstering of having Hope be in this roster as well seems to have reinvigorated them a little bit. FPX, no slouch on the other side. I was kind of actually expecting them to beat Team WE. I think the 0-17 score still in my brain from summer, but I'm really excited to see what the ceiling looks like for WE, because the more I assess them, the more I kind of think about it. I think there's definitely a very solid shot that with Hope, with Iwandi, and maybe if Shanks continues to step up, this could be a team that can reach playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say Hung is going to have a hell of a game cut out for him here. He's up against JJ on the other side, who, if there's one jungler that's consistently playing at a high level in the LPL, it's JJ. That guy is an absolute monster. So excited to see that kind of veteran world champion versus absolute rookie coming onto our screens. That's going to be an interesting matchup, and we'll see how that pans out as well, because obviously everything in the jungle has changed for the new season as well. So you can very much expect over the next couple of weeks to see lots and lots of newer things coming out and lots of players trying to break the mold a little bit.
Yeah, but I will say it is going to be different for Gia because he's got two different solo laners, especially, of course, the loss of Scout is going to be huge for EDG, but also Ale coming in the top side is going to be a much different look, I feel like, for Gia to actually have to work around. And of course, let's not forget, Viper's gone, but of course, Ale, it's a whole big rebuild where Gia and Make are the only ones left. Ale is, a top laner coming from LNG, who had a very, very positive run in the summer playoffs. Obviously, LNG were quite shaky throughout regular. I think everybody had questions about, their ceiling. They almost made it to Worlds, and hopefully for EDG, they can actually make that step here with this fresh roster.
Yeah, it would have been the second time that LNG had made it to Worlds as well, like against the odds, if they had managed to make it. But unfortunately, falling slightly short. Alan now over to EDG though. Fofo the same, and it has to be said, both of these players that are regarded to have extremely high ceilings. Ala especially is one of these players that his highs are insanely high, but he does have those lows as well, can be caught off guard. Fofo, one of these players that in lane, often dominant, but it's a question of whether or not he can transition those advantages and turn the lane wins into game wins.
Yeah, and I think, big shoes to fill, right? I mean, just across the board, no matter where you look, from EDG Summer to EDG Spring. So there will be a lot of pressure on the players of EDG in the lanes. I think JJ and Mako, with all that experience, they're going to have to catch, specifically Leave. And Fofo has kind of a half Naruto run onto the stage there.
I think it was. I think it was intended to be a full Naruto run. But, it is what it is. And there he is. the fifth final player stepping on out, Mako onto the stage. We'll see how EDG are going to perform with their new solo lane. There's certainly still a lot of star power in this roster. And we'll see. Oh, that is a fancy old jacket. I'm liking what he's bringing to the table there. But I am looking towards WE as well. Obviously, these guys play. Oh, I say obviously. These guys are playing in WE's arena in Xi'an, so you can see all of the cool old architecture going on there. That's a tribute to Xi'an. That's where the Terracotta Army is, if you didn't know. Eighth wonder of the world, according to the people at the Terracotta Army. So I don't know how accurate that is. BB stepping out to the stage, and WE, a team I'm very excited for. I've got a little soft spot in my heart for WE. I'm hoping to see this team continue with the success they had earlier on in the split.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the perfect kind of matchup you feel for Team WE, where you've got EDG on the other side, yes, but it's not that same scary looming EDG from the get-go. It's an EDG rebuilding and looking to find an identity amongst themselves because of how many changes they've had. So for WE, this is definitely a prime moment to pounce, because this EDG lineup could, you know, realistically be top 4, or it could be towards the bottom of playoffs. We'll kind of have to see, but if they can take the win off of EDG here today, remember LPL, it's a one round robin, best of 3s. So once you win, you don't have to see the team ever again for the rest of the split until playoffs. If you see them there at all, WE, they're gonna want this win heavily, not just for the sake of getting a win streak on the board, but also just for the sake of this EDG lineup could be very hit or miss throughout the split. If it's gonna be hit, taking one off them whilst they're not actually fully together is gonna be the best time to do it.
I mean, honestly, every single year, the conversation comes around of teams before and after Chinese New Year. You have a very tiny gap before Chinese New Year this time around, just 5 game days before the Chinese New Year hits. You see spirits extremely high in both camps to start this one off. I have to say, that EDG jacket is looking real tasty as well. I wonder if we can get some of those on eBay or something. I want to
need some of this merch, man.
Yeah. I didn't see the jackets before. I saw the jerseys on Twitter, but I never saw the jackets. I'm kind of intrigued. But we'll have to see how things are going to step up. I'm especially interested during the laning phase in Shanks versus Fofo, right? Because I feel like Shanks last year really had a coming of age story where he became the superstar for WE. So many games he was popping off in realistically unwinnable games because the team was just not functioning as a team. Up against Fofo, though, a player who has been known for his lane dominance. If you think back to like sort of 2021, Fofo was very much one of the best laners in the league, consistently winning that laning phase. And, you know, issues there in transitioning from the laning phase, but certainly had dominance. And Shanks, we'll see if he can step up to the plate and take on Fofo in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely has the capability to do so. Like you said, Fofo BLG last summer, I'm pretty sure, if my brain's not fooling me. Early morning still for me. I'm getting used to it, guys. Yeah, I think mid lane matchup is going to be one to look at, right? I think when you've got JJ on one side, it's always going to be a fact of the matter of mid jungle, especially in this meta, is going to be played around quite heavily. And I think Hung as well on the opposite side with Shanks is going to look to, at the very least, you know, kind of keep JJ off his laners regardless. But bot side is where I think everything is going to start to kick off between Hope and Leave, Mako and Iwandi.
I'll have to say, straight off the bat, though, we're into the bans. Our first game of the day is underway. It's going to be Silas actually being banned away from the side of WE. I would like Shanks and Silas. They're just one word to me. I'm surprised to see that being banned on that side. But then Shanks did increase his champion pool last year. The Galio taking off Rise and Cassante as well.
Yeah, not too many surprises. You know, a bit of a self-ban with the Silas, but kind of surprised in the same vein, simply because Kassadin, of course, with the new Roa and the tier, has already shown its face against blind pick Silas. And I'll tell you right now, it didn't go well for the Silas side at all. That champion isn't balanced with those new items, and I'm sure we'll probably have more opportunities to talk about Roa Archangels when those champions show face. Lucian is going to be taken off the board, and with Yumi gone, you could probably expect to see either Zeri, Sivir as well, probably get first picked here for Hope, with a potential Lulu to come in after the fact.
I will say Maokai, Fiora both sitting on 10 bans currently, not banned out in this draft just yet, but looking for lane dominance here in the mid lane. The Syndra, something Fofo's played plenty of times over the years, but this time he's up against it in the hands of Shanks.
Yeah, and of course this is new Syndra, not the same as last year, updated passive. Long story short of it is, eventually she ends up dealing more damage. It's kind of, think of it kind of along the same lines as that Victor evolution, where she collects shards from takedowns, big monster kills, big minion kills as well. And after a set amount of stacks, I believe it's 20, 20, 20 or 25, 25, 25, all of her abilities start to unlock and become even more powerful. Vi on the other side though, for JJ is going to be locked in. Very powerful jungler. We know what that one is all about. We'll see what Fofo is likely going to try and take up, you'd imagine. Or they could, of course, still go for their priority AD, knowing that Syndra is likely going to end up in the mid lane.
I like seeing JJ with Vi as well, because if you think back to last year when Vi starts coming to the meta as essentially a Zeri answer, where it's like, look, you're not going to escape from me. JJ was one of the players that really brought that into the fold. And now WE, do they want to lock that Zeri in up against that Vi? It's a bit of a tough one. Obviously, it still can work because you're still playing Zeri at the end of the day, but Vi can certainly be an answer.
Yeah, I mean, does it matter if you have Lulu next to it as well, right? Like, we'll have to see how WE feel. Hope and I1D, they will go for the Zeri. And, of course, with Fofo locking in that Azir, EDG aren't even have the opportunity to lock in likely the AD carry between the bottom lane matchup as a whole. But, of course, WE probably considering locking in a jungle for Heng if they're feeling like his pool could get pinched. I feel like there's quite a few junglers you can still pick into the Vi. And with a composition that's kind of flexible and relatively static as Zeri, Syndra, I feel like they're pretty happy to just pick up the Lulu now and just say, we'll wait and see what cards you'll give us to play around as we move into the second ban phase. EDG still, of course, have to lock in an AD carry you'd expect to come here at R3.
Yeah, the pure comfort there for Fofo with the Azir as well. The Fiora, we did briefly mention there, 10 bans so far in the LPL, tied in first place 4 bans, and will be locked in there. So Ala taking the Fiora to the top side, and I will say Ala is a terrifying Fiora player to go up against. Bubu is going to have his work cut out in a matchup that I'd already pretty heavily favor Ala.
Yeah, exactly. And now Bubu is probably going to eat 2 bans as well on the top side, things that Ala just feels like he won't want to have to deal with. As WE, they're going to have to split their bans between either the AD role or the support role. Kennen off the board from Bubu, and that's just going to be one of those big team fighting moments as well, which even if you fall behind, all it really takes is one strong slicing Maelstrom to kind of bring your team back into the fold if you are kind of getting a little bit dumpstered up in the top side. So I like that ban from EDG. We'll see if they kind of stay team focused up there as a WE. Again, you know, things like the Sivir you can take off the board just for the safe scaling aspect. Maybe another engage facet to follow up with the Vide. Something like the Nautilus as well could be okay. They're going to try and hit on the very powerful in-lane AD carries starting with the Varus. I don't mind that either. You could even go towards something like the Caitlyn ban as well, I think, in this kind of spot.
Yeah, just try and remove the things that can play safely while Azir and Vi and Fiora are diving onto the backside. Try and remove the AD carries that might be able to just free fire on their own. Potentially a Jax ban could come on through here. You're up against a Fiora, but I feel like there are a lot of different things that can be played. Renekton going to be the choice in the end. It's very much a comfort for Bubu. As an LPL top laner, I feel like Renekton is a comfort by default, but Bubu especially loves the Krog.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you could have even ran into something like a Renekton release on the top side as well, just to kind of shut down the top side entirely, at least 1-to-1. Historically, used to have a pretty good matchup into Vi. Vi's had quite a few changes since then, so I'm not too sure how that jungle matchup goes, but W will ban away the Ashe, so kind of another poke. Keep at bay with long-range engage on the ultimate champion taken away. And I did mention the Caitlyn. I think it's definitely pretty good in terms of trying to just shut down in lane something like a Zeri, just because you can keep so much distance and also just push the lane very easily. And EDG are still going to have the support kind of matchup as well to deal with the Lulu. So EDG looking like they're going to have a very strong bottom side matchup, as I think W also playing with the idea, just hovering the Lux, saying we probably know that could be coming next as well. You mentioned the Maokai. Maokai very, very powerful in the jungle at the moment. We're seeing a lot more full APs than we used to see, kind of like a hybrid in 2022, and of course Worlds, where that pick rose to priority. And hovering of the Irelia. definitely would be
would
pretty
be bold.
interesting, and Tafura would be very bold. I'll tell you that. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a matchup that wins. And I'll tell you that firsthand.
Pretty sure Aatrox isn't a matchup that wins
No,
either,
it's
right?
not. It's not the best. It's a skill matchup at absolute best where you get outscaled. So you really have to stomp the lane to really get any value out of this one. To try and bring some power into the team fights, but giving Ala the ability to just have a bit of a free laning phase is definitely a bit of a head scratcher. EDG now, it was hovered, the Lux by Hope or WE, kind of anticipating that pick would be coming in, and I suspect it would be locked in here just to, well, stop that 2v2 lane. It's what you want to do with Caitlyn, knock off all the plates, and Lux, of course, the other premier duo with Caitlyn.
Yeah. It's just so disgusting. Like, it's just so horrible to have to lane against, especially when you're playing, you know, Zeri Lulu, which will certainly come into their own later on in the game, but early laning phase, they're really not bringing that much to the table, especially against the likes of a Caitlyn and Lux. So, gonna be a tough one where both of the side lanes, it feels like, heavily winning here for the side of EDG.
Yeah, you know, it's just 1-1 at the end of the day, right? Lane matchups aren't everything, but Bubi has given himself a very, very tough time, to say the least. In those team fights, however, if he can get, you know, a little bit buffed up by the Lulu, perhaps, or just find some flank angles onto Leave, onto Mako, he is still going to be very powerful, but you pick Aatrox to try and have a strong laning phase, to even potentially be played around. Picking it into the Fiora is kind of the antithesis of that, so we'll see how he gets on up there, but for the rest of EDG as well, I mean, even the mid lane should be a pretty positive matchup in my eyes. Free shove in the early lane in phase. Maybe that's changed with the Syndra changes. I haven't actually seen Syndra Azir this year, so perhaps some priority can be won there through the mid lane. But I think all in all, EDG definitely walking out pretty happy with this draft. Very strong scaling, very strong early laning phase as well. I think Team W are definitely going to have their work cut out for them, but definitely have very good avenues to team fight in the mid game.
I mean, that's the big question, is how do they make that happen? Obviously, task number one is don't fall too far behind in the laning phase, so you can find the mid game, but like, how do those team fights need to look for WE?
I mean, you do have things like the Maokai in particular, which I think the reason why he's come into meta as this more full AP build with things like the Shadow Flame, not the Shadow Flame, but I've seen it in solo queue enough times to say it out loud, than the Andrews, the Demonic Embrace, is because he has so much zone control, right? He doesn't have to face check either with the saplings. If his team's not in the river first for the objective, just tossing in the saplings, getting that vision, and slowly advancing forward is super powerful. But if you're in the river first, in front of the objective, having the setup on every single brush with a sapling, and then EDG having to walk into the brush, either eat the damage or immediately have to turn back around for 5 seconds, that's a very valuable time to be bought. And of course, the ultimate is huge for stopping members from the opposite side from advancing. A lot of area denial is what that Maokai can bring. So I think if they can try and find priority and actually be set up first, they have a lot better of a chance at winning, because also on the opposite side, you're looking at Azir, Caitlyn. Locking down an area is kind of their MO.
Oh.
As yeah, there was almost a meeting down here in the bottom side, but it didn't quite happen.
9 out of 10 players show it up. Mako gonna be able to get a little proc on his Spell Thief before the game begins, but Ala up on the top side should be able to get some deep vision here. Nice little start for EDG. Yeah, I want to revisit that win condition you just set up, right? It's WE trying to find priority somehow to get on neutral objectives first, but the question is how? How, right? You mentioned Azir Syndra might have changed slightly the matchup, so we'll have to see who's going to get pushed on that one, but I don't anticipate WE winning push in top or bottom lane, so we'll see what they've got up their sleeves. But Mako already trying to push his advantage all the way to the third push, Leave over the wall as well. And I'm excited to see Leave stepping into the LPL, replacing Hope as the EDG kind of step up AD carry, right? Because Hope was on this roster for a lot of years, joined after 2019. Him and Iwandi won the LDL together, or perhaps came second place. And then off of the back of that, were promoted. It was Hope coming into the EDG roster in 2020, and Iwandi going over to LNG, but didn't really quite have the same success as Hope. Now reunited, and Leave stepping into that kind of academy AD carry being promoted role that we saw from Hope in 2020.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of history here between the teams is the undernote. It's always fun to track that, right? Always fun to see how teams and players progress, especially in the LPL where there's just so much talent as is.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well where there are so many big names in this game. You could talk about any of them. Mako's the one I'm looking towards right now, but the ward comes down and Hank will just go and clear the vision away for the time being. But slow and steady start. I think is ultimately going to favor EDG in terms of the bottom lane because they should be able to just chip away at the towers. Ships in the night. Has Hung been spotted there by JJ? Hard to say as the vision was toggled, but the sapling should proc in time that the blue buff isn't stolen by it, but I think Hung wants a little bit of a smite fight. JJ fairly low on HP and might actually just be forced away from this one. Blue buff will reset. And Heng just sticking around here. The laners, nobody moving for the time being. Both bottom lanes still there. And Heng is just going to be an absolute nuisance. Just stopping JJ being able to clear at all.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Saplings are just so annoying. They just buy so much time. And Heng is, he's effectively got infinite mana as well. Because he's in the jungle. And that's a 10-second cooldown where he's getting that mana regen. Right back up. GAG just says, you know what? I will go to my wolves. I give up. I don't need the blue buff right now. And Heng will just take the opportunity to pick up this bottom side Scuttle Crab. Call that one a victory, and he can even go back up towards the top side if he so wishes. He knows now that both Hope and Iwandi shouldn't be having any issues with a Vi gank very early on.
Yeah, but it's a double scuttle to kick things off. So nice little start here from Heng. And again, this is one of the matchups I talked about before the game even began, right? He's up against JJ, up against a veteran world champion jungler on a pick that JJ is very comfortable on. But straight off the bat, Heng not afraid to put his foot down in the game, understands how things are going, understands that Mako and Leaf don't want to be leaving that bottom lane and losing their advantage. So just trying to find the advantage there. Can he get his chickens though? JJ comes in and gets the smite down. Ruins Heng's day.
Yeah, super unfortunate. For the victory, he was waiting on his Q cooldown to execute the whole camp, but JJ will take that big chicken for himself, and very happily probably giggle a little bit as he walks out of the jungle after some of the harassment that he had to eat at blue buff. Nice little win. It's the small things after you have to deal with that annoyance. As Bubu has actually had a not terrible time so far up in the top side, and it's not that he has a terrible lane at all the Aatrox, of course, as now Shanks gets a little bit of revenge onto JJ. It's just that, you know, as things progress, the 3 Qs, the W, all of that is pretty predictable CC. One riposte can very much turn around a 1v1. So we'll look at that lane more towards level 6 in particular, and once a couple of those kind of core laning items come in, Sheen already picked up just now as teleport comes back in from Allah. That's where things start to get a little bit spicy up in the top lane, where solo kills can definitely be afoot if somebody missteps even an inch.
Iwandi barely dodging the light binding from Mako there. That could have been real dicey if he got caught. But look at the CS deficit in that bottom lane. Already 13 CS up, leaving Mako, heading back to base after crashing that wave. And that next minion wave is going to push into them as well. So that CS lead is only going to get worse. Ala going aggressive in the top side. Bubu down to 300. Won't be chased.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, it's just one bad Q. You eat a 2.5 second stun almost. I think it's 2 seconds actually. The riposte, not 2.5. That'll be quite bonkers. And you just kind of have to sit there, eat 2 passive procs. And Allah just knows. He's so comfortable now that he's got that one positive trade. He's got the Sheen as well, so those Qs hit heavier. Bubu just has to kind of respect it now. And he's been hit by one riposte. There's a lot of movement going on around here. That's a flash forward.
It's a good little shot. It's a good little shuffle. Shanks will go down. First blood taken by EDG. Fofo low, but still happy to be in the fight. Heng goes in to punish it. And here comes the world ender. Mako 1 HP, and there's a sapling just waiting for him. There's 2 for WE, and a great little skirmish.
Great skirmish for WE, and I mean, hell, if you're losing the lane, just roam for it, says Bubu. Goes down to the mid lane, finds himself a double knock up, gets himself a kill as well off the back of it. Coming to support that massive skirmish going on. It was a 3v3 turned into a 4v3 in the mid lane. It was a nice attempt from Fofo to get the shuffle in originally, and they do find the kill onto Shanks, but the additional member from Team W means that that's a skirmish that goes in their favor.
Yeah, very nice little roam down on the Aatrox, finding those advantages. Shanks, the one that gets started on. Good little flash to kick it off.
Good flash to get it kicked off, and We'll see. I think it's a little bit of a shuffle forward and then an immediate flash off the back of the Scout of the Week. Shanks is just trying to get some poking, and as soon as that binding lands, that's really where they just say, all right, surely we can punish this. But unfortunately, after they get the kill, they kind of just overstep a little bit. They're trying to see if they can find Iwandi, unawares that the World Ender is in the bush and ready to pounce on this prey. As JJ forced the flash away from that Q3, he had the binds attached to him as well, would have been pulled back. And unfortunately for Mako, there was a friendly little alien in that bush, which takes him down for the second kill.
I don't know if friendly is the word based on the fact that it just exploded. Yeah, nice little skirmish from WE, and it means that we're in touching distance of gold right now. My big concern is still that bottom lane CS advantage that is continuing to rack up in Leave's favor. But generally speaking, things could be worse for WE. And it does kind of go back to the win conditions you talked about, right? Where WE, they want to group up. They want to be scrapping together, with BuBu being willing to roam very proactively. You're going to see that.
Yeah, you will indeed. And I mean, if things like what's going on in top lane right now, where Arla's holding a freeze, just expect BuBu to leave. He will just do it again, I'm sure. If he feels like he has the opportunity to. He won't mind missing CS if he picks up a kill here and there, or he helps his team secure a dragon. Or just a positive skirmish, map rotation, anything. That's just the nature of that matchup as it goes on. As now, speaking of, see on this Rift Herald, we'll pick it up. JJ and Mako just trying to gather some information on the bottom side, maybe pressure Hope and Iwandi off this tower. As you can see, Leave is actually starting to stack a bit of a wave up. As Hope, he wants to farm, but I don't think he's going to be able to get all of these Krugs.
No. But he will survive. Respects the potential dive that could have come out from EDG there. Unfortunately, whether you respect the dive or not, you're still going to lose a lot of gold. A lot of minions dying, a lot of plates now going over as well, and Leave is getting real strong. JJ, waiting in the bush here, wants to start a fight. EDG grouping up, pushing in, using the priority that they found in these lanes to try and bully on into the jungle. But Hung, I think, will walk away.
Yeah, he will indeed. Again, Hung, you know, Saplings, he doesn't really have to check too deep, ever. It's just about finding... Oh, boy. All right, you never know. When you see a riposte hit, it could immediately turn into a 1v1. I have to bait my breath a little. But, yeah, Hung doesn't really have to check deep into the jungle. It's just walk in halfway, toss a sapling. No one's in that bush. Great, turn back around. And you're A-okay.
Yeah.
It's just kind of the power of the pick. Again, going back to it. It's so obnoxious having to walk into any chokehold where there's a sapling. And Maokai is building AP as it seems like Team W's focus is starting to try to shift around the bottom side, maybe get a dragon start up, but the issue is even Mako have had priority around this bottom side pretty much since minute 1. I feel like they fear early rotation from the bot lane, whilst Hope and Iwandi may have to catch a wave. Could definitely spell a disastrous fight.
Certainly could. But fairly slow one, and I feel like you could see EDG go for dragons here, honestly, with the lane priority that they've found in this bottom side, right? But they don't seem particularly interested in going for those neutrals.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, right? When you have a Caitlyn lane on one side, it's kind of the one thing it should bring you is those early objectives, right? Much like a Nami Lucian, as you see Humzies pop the ultimate there, chasing this down.
Oh, look at the damage coming on through. Mako is gone. And Hope grabs himself his first kill of the game. And when you've been playing this laning phase for this long, it's going to feel nice to finally get a bit of an injection of cash onto your AD carry.
Oh, indeed it is. And I know 1-to-1, you're losing lane for a little while. You get jungle help finally. It's like, yes, give it to me. Finally, and Leave and Mako punished for their over-aggression. But of course, it was supported so long by the rest of the map. That Herald will take off a play and a half. Of course, one of the big changes from 2022 to 2023. That first Herald charge deals a lot less damage to the tower. So you have to commit a lot more if you're trying to pick up a full tower with the Herald. As now JJ will look for that dragon, as that's a bit of a nuisance ultimate from Mako onto Iwandi. But still, tempo bought, and that dragon will be secured by EDG. So finally, it takes the death of the EDG bot lane to pick up the dragon, but they will secure it at the end.
Yeah, actually getting the tempo off the fact that they were caught out in the bottom side there. Managing to grab the Drake on the recall. Only 2 plates left in the bottom side, and with the delayed recall from Iwandi, this is going to be Hope alone in the bottom side. Means Leave gets time to get those headshots down, has plenty of damage to work away on this tower now, and should honestly be able to finish this tower off before the 14-minute mark. I think maybe the next wave they'll be able to do it, but
the next wave
might just stick around, yeah, by the looks of things. And there we go. That'll be the first tower of the game. Despite the Herald being in this lane on the other side, is still going to be Leave taking that, and a massive gold lead. Despite the kill that Hope has, I guarantee Leave is still largely ahead in the bottom side with 5 plates taken and the huge CS lead.
Yeah, leaps and bounds. I'm pretty confident. Has Gale Force tier 2 boots already, and even a longsword to boot on top of that. So this Caitlyn is online, and now for EDG, it's going to be about where they actually move this Caitlyn around, right? That's always the big question for teams that play Caitlyn or pick Caitlyn. How will they actually navigate around the map? They're immediately going to send Leave and Mako to mid lane as Fofo has realized my lane is now the top lane. We call out.
Okay, Fofo actually flashing to make sure he gets the Shreema shuffle there, but I mean, what can you do? There's just too many ultimates. And Ala, we were talking about how good Caitlyn is at taking towers. Well, Fioris don't slouch either with an Azir alongside her. This might be a second tower taken, but I think that it would be a little overzealous to stay too long. Just going to go for that extra plate and then back away.
Yeah, likely just the one plate. Those towers are even tankier, I believe, as well. So a lot of changes to towers, Herald, of the like. Herald definitely a very powerful tool in 2022. It's still a very, very powerful tool now. Just that first Herald isn't always going to have as hefty an impact in terms of buying so much time. Once it's dropped down, as we get a replay probably of the top side plate. And Bu, yeah, just the unfortunate recipient of the rotation from EDG, sending their bot lane to the mid lane, and Fofo just has the opportunity to make it up here. And yes, the flash may be a bit of an overcommitment at the end of the day. I'm not sure if he really flashed it or not. But the flash seals the deal, as this is a really nice angle here.
Leaves in trouble, does get rooted up. There's the scattered weak as well, and they just bop him. Absolutely zero counterplay available there. I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, you can't do anything. No cleanse was up for Leave. It just comes up now, so really nice timing there by WE to find that pick. There isn't a Herald up for another 30 seconds, so unfortunately that pick won't turn into a neutral objective on the map. But still, a little bit of time bought for the blue team side, and it still shows that they're willing to actually look for these proactive plays despite being down in gold and in map pressure.
And I think this goes back to their series against FPX as well. Is one of the things that was so impressive about this team was watching Hung play and watching how proactive he was, how willing to make a play he was, and we're seeing that again against EDG here. And it feels like, you know, yes, they are behind in gold a little bit, but it's not too big of a gold lead just yet, 1,500. But when you consider that they basically just have completely losing side lanes, you expect that gold lead to exist. And Hang has been doing a lot of work to try and patch up and get them to this mid game.
Exactly, and Maokai will always be the kind of champion that can, you know, slow a game down to a point. When it's this close where it's not completely out of the hands of Team WE, all of the zone control that champion brings will be pivotal to allowing Shanks, allowing Hope a little bit of extra space in these fights. But again, you know, it's going to feel so difficult getting in. Your means of engage are still relatively limited, and a lot of it pretty much just lies in Hung's hands. And EDG, if they're in the river, you've got to walk through Azir soldiers, Caitlyn traps. It's always going to feel quite bad.
We've got to go back to what we mentioned before, right? They want to be the first one in the river. They don't want to be trying to play into EDG. They want EDG to have to play into them. Caitlyn really struggles if you can't set up before the fight when you're playing in river. So we'll see if WE ever find that condition, because right now it's EDG completely and utterly in control of this river. And it feels like they should just be able to get this Herald. Nice little binding from Mako. Basically no contest. WE committed a teleport. They wanted to contest, but they're just too late.
That's just the nature of the game here from EDG. A lot of zoning, and again, so much fog as well in the river. It just means that no one on Team WE can advance. It's also another thing, even though the tree is still mighty tanky with this full AP build. Well, it's more full AP. Afterwards, you go those kind of defensive AP items to keep yourself alive. No one really available just yet to face check into that much damage.
Oh no. Not again.
I think
Not like
he's
this.
got flash. He's got flash. They'll turn around. There you go. JJ just wants to grump now. But
I
tower
wouldn't put
taken.
it past them to just blast their ultimates, to be honest. Just the speed at which it's not Ale, it's Fofo. The speed at which they could kill him, though, with a Vi and an Azir, I'm pretty sure you could go for it. But EDG have never been a team to go for risky plays, right? If they're not convinced that they'll definitely get the kill, they're not willing to do it. That is a Drake, though, taken by WE off the bat of the fact that JJ was up in the top side. So good capitalization once again from WE. And it does feel like we're in a pretty close one as we head towards the mid game.
Yeah, it's not out of WE's hands, despite EDG having a lot of tempo on the map right now. And of course, iron breakpoints are still coming online for a couple of different members. Once Hope hits 2 items, that's when he'll really be able to open up and play some of these team fights. Hung,
Look at the
seeing an opportunity now.
play. Once again, knockup's coming up through JJ, low on HP.
Oh.
Leave. Can he escape? They're both at 1 HP, but they both walk away. The lightning doesn't chain, and the laser just goes wide.
Oh, that was so close. But again, WE still being so willing to be aggressive in these opportunities. Hung again finds another great angle for the Nature's Grasp, and it locks down both Leave and I believe it was JJ, but cleanse available this time for Leave, and unfortunately the damage wasn't quite there. Even Hope tried to overstep his bounds to see if he could chain some lightning onto other members to take him down. Really unlucky not to find a pick, but they get summoner spells out of Leave, and that's huge. That still means on the next attempt, he has no summoners to try and get out of all of that CC, and he will almost certainly die.
Yeah, and the next attempt feels like it'll be coming up soon because Hung is just smashing R on cooldown. He's like, okay, we've got Nature's Grasp. Let's find a way to start a fight here and get our way into the game because, I mean, rightly so, right? You're not winning the battle of attrition. You've got to make something happen. I can't believe they both got away from this, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite ridiculous. Look at all that damage coming out from Shanks. Scatter the Weak. Misses on a W barely. You can see.
That sapling.
Yeah,
There's a sapling chasing them both, but just out of range. That's going to be so frustrating.
I can just hear, you know, like when Zac gets really low HP and he turns into a bit of like a squeaky toy. He's like, come here, I'm going to blow up. And Leave, unfortunately,
Honestly,
doesn't die.
the saplings, they in this skin, they do kind of look like mini Zac, honestly.
They do, don't they? Yeah.
They kind of look like a dog toy. I could
Dog
see it.
toy?
I
Yeah.
could see it.
Well, that's so cool. Do you know what they remind me
Huh?
of? Oh, never mind, huh?
Did they remind you of a battle in the top side? JJ gonna use his ultimate straight off the battle to Hug there. It's gonna be enough for him to get out. What do they remind you of, Jamal?
Do you know the green alien toys from Toy Story?
Yeah.
That's what they remind me
The claw.
of. The claw.
Well, right now, Hung is the claw. His ultimate is the many claws. As they're trying to find themselves some control. Baron is coming out onto the map. I really don't feel like either team is in a position to go for Baron, but still posturing, still fighting for vision control. And you mentioned the top lane matchup before, how Ala is going to outscale that one. It does feel like we're getting to that point because look how far pushed up Ala is at this stage.
And not only that, Ala also has access to the Ravenous Hydra, so he's got a bunch of lifesteal in his kit. So even if he takes a couple of bad trades, not only is he just going to heal up from his passive if he starts hitting Bubu on those vital procs, he's just going to be able to heal up on every single wave as well. Bubu does have the Eclipse, so it's not like there's no healing on this side. And of course, he's Aatrox, so he's got healing in his kit. But it's going to turn into a war of attrition, which I feel like Fiora kind of just ends up winning out on. Especially with those 2 items to 1. He was trying to cut the healing down a little bit with that Executioner's Calling, but we're not on next patch. We're not on 13-2, where Grievous Wounds are being buffed. Everybody rejoice. Still at 25%.
So, I want to ask you, you know, 13.2, a lot of AD carry changes. How are you feeling about that? Because I feel like that's going to change the shape of the game pretty dramatically.
Yeah. I mean, I've always been a proponent of, I would have loved to have seen a lot more diversity in the build paths for AD carries for a long time. Preemptively pops the art. I think when he saw how close he was to JJ and Fofo, got a little bit scared, but that almost on a very short cooldown, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. But it does mean EDG will take a lot of control here around the river. I've always wanted a lot more diversity in the AD carry item build paths, right? And I think lowering that crit amplifier access on the IE to 40% definitely does do that. I think, however, there may be a couple of outlying champions, Gangplank, who may be a little bit powerful next patch, who I'm sure they'll adjust accordingly. But yeah, I like the changes overall. I want them to stay as changes and not buffs.
Oh, the TP, the TP!
Yeah,
he's gonna get out of there. Shanks is done. He's free.
But
Ala can't quite close the gap. I think my favorite change on the patch is the freak added mana to Caitlyn. I think that's absolutely hilarious. When you think about it like that, you know, he really did just go for it. I respect
But
that.
hey,
I respect
you know,
that.
I know the cynical are sat there thinking, Freak's an AD main, he joins the balance team, immediately AD changes come in. Buffs as well. You know. But I'm happy for the AD class as much as a jungler.
I mean,
they're my
think
natural
about the
enemy.
last time you played League of Legends and AD carry wasn't one of the priority queue options, like in ranked. Like every single time, that is the autofill this season so far. So
Well,
I can totally understand where it's coming from.
I actually I don't know if the stats back it up, but yeah.
Or at least, I mean, it's
it
anecdotal.
feels like
but like
it.
every time I'm queuing, it's that one and either support or jungle are the like priority queue ones.
Yeah, I think jungle's first and AD's probably second. I know jungle's first for sure. No one likes that.
Jungle's always first.
Jungle is always first. It's a complicated role, but it's also a very simple role to laners. Apparently, it's just one where junglers walk into lane and kill my opponent for me. That's how the jungle role works.
That's how it works in my mind. And that's why we duo, Jamada. That's why we duo. I just need your Kane in my lane. That's where
That's
we're
getting
at.
buffed as well, actually. By the way, with the fighter changes coming through, I'm just letting you guys know Kane's going to be a permaban next patch in solo queue at least.
Well, we'll see. There's definitely space for. Oh, do you know what? Do you know who would have brought the Kane to the LPL? SOFM, but he's
yeah,
not
he's not here.
playing.
I'm so sad about that. But I'm also,
Pain.
you know, he kind of, you know, he's a bit of a mad scientist, and sometimes science goes too far, Munch, and I feel like SOFM was on that barrier.
I can get behind that. Even as a huge fan of SOFM myself, I can definitely get behind. Sometimes not optimal. I love his sheer love of Warmogs though.
Oh,
Maybe, probably. Now this is anecdotal as well, and maybe not true, but he had the most Warmogs purchases of anyone in the LPL ever.
Oh, that's got to be a true
I'm confident.
fact.
I'm confident.
Unless there was a meta like 8 years ago where everyone was building Warmogs.
Like Warmogs Atmas.
Yeah, like Warmogs Atmas, or like season 5 when it was like true hard tank metal. That's a lot of burst damage, but nothing's coming from it, so we will continue talking. Yeah, he's got to be like top 1. Oh, hello.
BB's in trouble, but I'll actually go for a dive here and ends up with an even trade.
Yeah, even trade, but you know he's gonna force BB to actually blow the World Ender, and of course Grand Challenge was offered, but Fiora only really needs that for the 1v1s, whereas Ultimate on Aatrox's side a little more versatile. As they spot the control ward, I1D will. And it's been very quiet for the last 5 minutes. It feels unnatural. I've been you know conditioned now by the LPL to expect consistent fights. And EG it's a caster.
Well, here you go.
It's a
You
caster curse,
found
isn't
the
it,
angle. JJ gonna use his Q and flashes on out as well. Will survive just about, getting himself out to safety. They're not gonna commit to the Baron. A lot of pings there, but no committal. And I'm not really that surprised. It's a tough one to try and go for if you didn't even get the kill. Mako trying to find the pick onto I1D, but vision cleared. I want to revisit win conditions here because we talked about, you know, not falling too far behind, trying to get into River. I feel like WE can make those win cons happen.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, they have Zeri Lulu, right? And need I remind everybody what we've seen Zeri do in the last 12 months of her existence in pro play? So I think the more time that EDG give WE, at the end of the day, this gold lead, it matters a lot less. And all of a sudden, execution becomes the burden more than anything else. The wallet becomes less powerful. And right now, as you look towards the inventories across the board, it's more or less even in the item department. JJ is a little bit behind on Hung, but other than that, we're kind of sitting at even Stevens. Sure, Allah will hit his third item next, but again, right now, if W were to fight 5v5, it could go their way if conditions are met.
Is there a conversation though of, oh, hang on, Bubu, you're in trouble, buddy. Alec coming on in 2-3, Vitals already procced, and in comes the 4. Bubu taken out, Mako grabs the kill with the Ultra Shock Laser. Actually, no, that's Zeri's ability. It's the final spark. Yeah. But they changed the name. It used to be a laser, didn't it? Many. I'm going way back now. This is like season 3, but...
Wasn't it like Final Laser or something? I can't remember. It was something similar.
No, it was like a really long name, I think. Hang on, I'm going to find out. But
go.
Regardless, EDG, great little pickup for themselves because it feels like they've been struggling to get picks.
Yeah, W have been pretty reserved in their positioning on the map, and it's meant that EDG have had to be a lot more visionistic about how they can find their picks, but Hung is eating so much damage from Leave, and the chase on is here.
They're desperate to chase these players down, but they can't actually finish anybody off. And Hung going into the wrong side of the map, maybe needs to turn around. Will finally channel his recall. Drake coming up. And this would be sole point for EDG if they could go for that Drake. JJ already moving over. And obviously the team not going to commit to the Baron in the meantime. Hope can get a tier 1. Maybe could push for more, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it would definitely be tough. As on the bottom side, EDG will pick up their third dragon. That's going to put them on sole point. And that's going to be very worrying. Have you got the name much?
It's Lucent Singularity. That's what it was. I remember.
But I think
I say I remember, I googled it, but...
You googled it, yeah. But I think Singularity...
Oh, sorry, I asked Jeeves it.
Oh, okay.
All the search providers are available. I binged it.
You binged it? Alright. Internet Explorer? Just kidding, no one uses Internet Explorer. Yeah, alright. But I'm pretty sure Singularity is now like her passive. I think it's her passive name. I'm not going to talk about Lux's ability names on broadcast. I'm just going to leave
Yeah, I don't know.
But,
I know most of the ability names, not the passive names.
Not
the passive names, how often do I need those? That's one I'm not super good on. 4-3 on the scoreboard. This has been this is my first LPL cast back, and apologies about the echo, by the way. I realized my mic is a little echoey today. I've moved house. I've moved in with Lyric. We've got a new place, and it's hardwood floor, very much not soundproofed. So it will be fixed. It'll be fixed for after Chinese New Year, but yeah, first time back. And we've got 7 kills in 30 minutes so far. I'm really hoping that we get some bag of team fights to finish this one out.
I didn't realize the LCK started today. I was kind of surprised. But yeah, EDG just taking their time about it. They still remain quite far ahead. And I mean, scaling, there's a lot of conversations everywhere. Team fighting side lanes definitely go over to side lanes definitely go over to EDG. Team fighting, I think, very conditional. If W can blow somebody up with Shanks' ultimate, perhaps a high-value target like Leave or Fofo, then you definitely see them winning a drawn-out fight. If they can survive, Arla then showing up as this very fed Fiora at this point, because I'm not too sure who will be able to take her down. It's only really Hope's damage that they can give any faith to, as this tier 1 is finally going to drop in the mid lane. So WE pick up their third tower of the game, and Arla is just having fun down here. He's popped the world ender of yet again, and he's just walking through the tower. He doesn't care.
That's sheer disrespect right there. He's like, I know your Q's on cooldown. I know that you can't all in me. I'm just gonna take a couple of tower shots and walk away. In the bottom side there, still 60 CS up individually there. But it's a slow one. We're playing it slow and steady, but WE taking that tier 1 is crucial. Does mean that theoretically, if they get control of River, they can push that vision line a little bit deeper. They can play a little bit more aggressive, but whether or not they ever actually get any control in this River is a different question, because EDG, I mean, they've got a vice-like grip on the Baron area.
Yeah, very, very firm grip on this side of the map. Is actually looking for an engaged W. They've got the Nature's Grasp.
They're going to try and get away. JJ did get rooted, but the Q came out just in time. Good scat of the week, but it's not going to actually mean much. This WE retreat once again. Ace in the hole comes through, but Hung shielded by Iwandi, so not much damage to come of it. 3 items on both AD carries. We are getting to the point where the damage is very much there if an engage can stick. Doesn't feel like those engages are sticking though. Ala might go for an all-in after the tower here. BB respects it.
Yeah, I think Ala got a little bit bored of sitting at this tier 2, so he decided to take it. And that's kind of the thing. That's just slowly going to happen down here. Ala will just have control of the bottom side. So WE, I'm not going to say they're on a timer on the side lane. However, I am going to say that Ala might take the base in the next 10 minutes if pace continues as is.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Fair play to BB. He actually did a decent job during the laning phase. But this is why you don't pick Aatrox into the Fiora, because Fiora will just annihilate you in the 1v1 over time. That, like you say, the battle of attrition, it's unwinnable for Aatrox. But if you can get the team fights, there's value in that Aatrox. But it feels like WE, they're trying to get these team fights, but they just can't get onto targets. They just can't get anyone. Every time JJ just slides away.
Yeah, and even some of that also comes from the setup, right? Because for BB, and as I say, he's actually finding himself a flank route. which might give them a
Mako's
pick onto
healed.
Mako.
Nice, there we go.
Alright.
Pick onto Mako as a kill for Hope as well. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, but EDG going to threaten Baron to deny that play.
I think they're also going to allow Allah to get this tier 2 in the top side, so that's a lot of gold going into his back pocket towards the 4th item. Hullbreaker, it looks like he has the items for, just
Are they just
so
going to take an inhib?
They could even take an inhib. I think WE are getting their hand forced quite desperately here. Oh my god.
And they're on the wrong side of the play here. Shanks dodges the headshot by using his Zonias. That was dangerous. Allah looking for the in-hit tower. In the meantime, WE onto the Baron. JJ trying to go in and finds himself the engage.
Oh no,
2K
the
on
Baron.
JJ turns golden. This is the chance to take the Baron. There we go for WE, but BB's down. Now can they find the fight? The answer is no. Fofo going huge here. Hope falls, and it's a triple for Leave. As it's Leave is the call for WE at this point. Try and escape.
Oh, he's got vision.
Wandy will be taken down. JJ to finish that one off. And EDG, they get an inhib, they get a Nexus tower, and they get 4 kills on top of it.
And the only reason why the game isn't ending right now is because Allah's out of mana. That's the only reason. But here comes a teleport. So I guess
yeah,
Fofo
but that
heard
is
me,
not
and
gonna
they're
stop
coming
them.
back. They want round
Another
2.
TP. Alice here. They're just going to brute force this one. Beautiful stuff from EDG. Demolition, the second WE overstep. Ala putting so much pressure on. 7 CS away from a Flame Horizon as EDG take game 1.
Yeah, slow and steady. Won that race for EDG. It was definitely a very, very big marathon. And yeah, I think takeaway from this, don't take Aatrox into Fiora, because that will happen on the side lane. And you also didn't really have an opportunity to play team fights for either, because EDG just kind of showed the understanding of, let's just let Allah do his thing on this side lane. And he did. It was only really a couple of really strong looking engages from Heng on the Maokai where there was a little bit of threat, but honestly, EDG looked calm and collected throughout the entirety of that game.
Slow and steady wins the race, and honestly, Fofo stepping onto this EDG roster, I feel like this is exactly how every team that has Fofo on it plays, right? Very slow, very steady, play for lanes, play to, scale up for the late game, and then just find your opportunity and punish. Really nice stuff from EDG. It's a slow one. I know a lot of LPL fans won't be over the moon with games at that pace, but look, what matters is getting the wins on the board. We were saying, WE, this is your chance before EDG are warmed up. Apparently, they don't need to warm up.
Yeah, they've been warming up already. It seems like they came into that game. Well, the problem is the synonyms that come with it also kind of come with fast gameplay. Things like they came in hot this game. But yeah, they were very cold in tempo, but very much hot in decision making. There you go. I found a way around it. EDG just didn't really give too many avenues for W to ever play, and I just feel like a lot of it comes from things like lane priority, and of course the lane matchups weren't great either. But I think even if we got down to the nitty gritty, the 5v5s, I just feel like EDG still would have had the edge. The only real avenues were big flanks from Bubu on the Aatrox, where maybe he finds Leave, maybe he finds Mako, but we didn't get to see it ever.
Yeah, taking a look at the post-game stats. I mean, Fiora topping the damage, not super surprising. I mean, the damage numbers for a 33-minute game, exceptionally low. Like, it's not often that you see just 14k. I've seen games that finished at 20 minutes that had way more than 14k damage on a champion.
This might be the least interactive damage dealt to champions graph I think I've seen in the LPL. This was a 12 kill game where basically half of those kills came at the end of the game with the Baron takedown. Man, this was an LCK game, huh? I mean, don't know really what to say, but EDG really handled it well. That's one thing I can say for certain.
More than half of EDG's kills came from that final fight, which I think says everything that you need to know about that one. Really nice stuff from EDG, though. I do feel like this composition from WE, I guess they just needed more engage, because every single time they tried to find that fight, everyone just ran away. Like, everyone on EDG had dashes, had ways to escape, aside from Mako. And they did get a couple of picks on Mako, but they could never really convert that into anything. I feel like they needed something to bolster that engage in some way.
Yeah, and I think some of the timers that their picks came on didn't really help them either. It's like, you get a kill, great, what do we do? Push in lanes, maybe steal a jungle camp, but not get a massive neutral objective to try and snowball our lead to an even grander point, I think that was one of the other issues for Team W, but I agree more heavily on your point, to be honest with you. I think they needed another follow-up engage to that Maokai. And, you know, I think it's always going to be very tough when you lock in your bot side effectively, and then you take up the Maokai, but the issue is, for top lane, you're walking into a Fiora. If you're taking very, you know, easy to predict CC, it's always going to be a rough lane matchup where Fiora's going to get to outscale you anyway. But I think you just bite that bullet, give yourself more team fight options to actually work with, and just play around the side lane before it becomes too uncontrollable.
Yeah, tough one as both side lanes became uncontrollable for the side of WE, but a great little start to the year for EDG, 1-0. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out if EDG can finish things off in a clean manner, just like game number 1.
It's been a long time coming, but I always knew
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's week number 2, day number 1, as we look towards EDG. Game number 1, absolutely immaculate from them. Complete domination of WE, who there was a couple of picks there. There was a couple of moments where WE looked good, but compositionally, it didn't feel like this really worked out for them, and it felt like EDG just slow and steady chipped away, won the battle of attrition, and JJ going to be the one to take MVP off of that. Great control of the map and great control of neutral objectives because of that side lane pressure that he had.
Yeah, just did a really great job capitalizing on his lane states, right? I think when you have laners playing like that in those very easy to navigate matchups as well, it's very easy to play the jungle role. And I think JJ definitely a pretty well deserved MVP. 100% could have given it also to Arlux. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory what he was doing that game. So much pressure on the side lane, of course. But yeah, definitely on the Vi. Also, just kind of body blocking some of those engages from Hung whenever they were kind of layered in an attempt to try and take Leave's life. Just great job overall.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from EDG. JJ, the MVP of the squad in the end. And now looking towards game number 2, we'll see if he can double this performance up. Like the early Vi lock-in certainly working out for them. The Zeri didn't really get a look in throughout the game. Just too much damage on the other side. Able to shut it down pretty comfortably. And that's going to be 1 game and 1 MVP for JJ.
Yep, it will indeed. He's going to be very, very happy about that. We'll see if he can keep the streak going. But if game 1 is anything to base a trend on, I think Arla might be gunning for an MVP himself. But yeah, we saw it time and time again. Just really, really strong movement in a lot of these skirmishes. This skirmish in the end didn't go too well for EDG and JJ, but he picks up the first blood, so we're just going to cut the clip. We're just going to cut the rest of it. Don't worry, we don't need to know what happens next.
Perfect play.
Yeah, but yeah, just coming to the side lanes when it mattered, and of course, just being Vi. To be honest with you, there's not much else he had to do in this game except be Vi, as the rest of EDG were just functioning like clockwork.
Yeah, and I mean, Leave having so much space in this fight to just free hit, get those headshots off, try and finish these kills, as well as I1D desperately try to escape. It's JJ to shut him down, and like you say, Ala in the meantime just literally ending the game. The TPs come in from both the solo laners, and that's that. EDG, a snap decision being made there and winning the game straight off the bat. So very, very strong stuff. Very clearly under control from the side of EDG. The question for me is, can they get another draft like that? Can they get another draft where they just win both side lanes by default, can just play extremely slow and scale up to the late game? Or are WE going to bring a little bit more proactivity to the table? Because I feel like that's what we need.
I'm hoping it's the latter, Joe. Otherwise, we might be here for a 2-0 series to kick off the day. Yeah, I think we just need to see a little bit more, agency baked into their composition, right? I think when you just have the Maokai engage, yes, it's strong. Yes, it takes up a lot of space. But the other sort of minor drawback, albeit not too minor, but minor enough when it's your only engages, it's very slow. It's very telegraphed. It gives you enough time to react to it in most cases, right? And I think that's the big issue. When you have an engage tool like that and you don't have something else to follow up on the chaos that ensues, everything just kind of falls flat on its face, and it did in that game. So I want to see, realistically, another engage option if they end up on the Maokai. I know EDG have actually swapped sides, so they'll be on the blue side in this game number 2. So maybe that changes how things are approached in the draft, what things are banned, what things are taken early from both sides.
Yeah, I would love to know what the coach is trying to explain to the WE players there with those hand symbols, is trying to paint a picture very literally in front of the players. And we'll see if it works out for them. We'll see if that's enough for them to figure out the way to get a game off of EDG here. And once again, like, this WE roster is a much stronger roster on paper than what we saw last year. Already breaking their record of summer by having a win on the board. But like, I have reasonable hopes for this team. This is a team that, just looking at the rosters on paper, I could see this team making it to playoffs. But I've said that about teams in the past.
How'd that go, Joe?
Well, it was a very open statement. So I've said that about, top esports a lot of times, and they've always been. But like, this is an untested team. This is a team that could have very high highs, but also if it doesn't gel, if they don't manage to find that synergy off the bat, it could be a tough split.
Yeah, no, it could be not quite a rerun of someone they've really picked up a series win, but it could potentially come very, very close, right? And it'll definitely suck to see that happen, especially with Hope 9-1D being reunited on this Team WE. But you can kind of say similar things about the EDG lineup at the same time with such a massive rebuild on their end as well, if things don't gel. But the issue is we've got one game of a case study now, and it seems like the gelling isn't an issue at all. If at the very least discipline is anything to go by. What was in Fofo's hair?
The gel.
Oh, right. Okay. We're an hour and a half in, Joe. We're not doing great, buddy. It started. Well, to be fair, you waited an hour and a half to drop a pun, so I can forgive you, but I'm gonna have to forgive you a lot throughout this year. I can tell. But yeah, I still think EDG. You know, even though maybe expectations were tempered, if game one's anything to go by, they're looking pretty strong as we're into picks and bans. Rise on red side, remove the weight. No big shock as Kasante and Cider still remain banned on this side as well from EDG.
All right, Kasante, Silas. It's going to be the Fiora taken off the board this time. I can get behind that. I can absolutely get behind that. Maybe even ban the Azir, honestly. That felt like a problem, or even the Vi. Like, try and remove some of the core pieces of that composition from EDG.
Yeah, I can definitely see it happening from WE's side. But then, of course, if you start to do that, you leave out some of the power picks. Lucian still needs to be banned away. Yuumi still needs to be banned away as well. Kassadin taken off the board from EDG. So I wonder if they're trying to eye up a straight-up Azir first pick on the side of EDG. And whether or not WE will, go into that themselves. But either way, Yuumi, Lucian, both one of them will be up at the very least. Azir as well. That's kind of the three champions on the tip of my tongue that I'm expecting to be prioritized very early on in this draft. You have to imagine you're against Mako. You have to ban Yuumi, right? Like, it has to be the champion out of all three that you remove a rate. No, it's actually going to be Alice Jack. So a lot of investment into the top side to make sure that Team WE's top laner is comfortable. But we'll see what matchup he ends up with. He will be on red side as there's the Lucian.
Every time Allah's on camera, it's like 1,000-yard stare, He always just looks like, bans again, not like this. It's going to be the Lucian, as you say. Yuumi available, Zeri available. Hope did go for that Zeri last time around. Didn't really work out, but could be an option. And that Yuumi you talked about will be locked in.
Yeah, Yuumi, Maokai, Vi, all very strong options. I think WE, at the very least, they're looking a lot better in the opening rotation here from red side, and EDG, I expect, probably just answering kind of that Maokai, and the Nami has to come in here to conclude that duo. So I think WE will probably just look towards either Sivir or Zeri. It's kind of their pick of the litter. I think probably Sivir would be on the tip of my tongue when you've got the Yuumi there. I think Sivir kind of just gives you a little bit more for a team composition, especially if you're looking to team fight with engaged tools. But hovering over the Zeri right now, it's one or other. It's pick your poison, really. And from there, we'll see what WE decide to ban, because I imagine it's going to be more Ala champions.
Yeah, could well be the way, because they've got to go for a blind pick either in mid or in top, and could try and set up for that. We'll see where WE are going to go with this one. Whether they do continue to ban Ala or start to take some mages away from Fofo as well. Like we talked about the Azir earlier, there are plenty of picks for Fofo that, he likes these champions where he can just chill, dominate lane, and scale up aggressively.
Let's see. Good call. I think it was still always going to be one of those champions, right? Some of the mid lane mages, like you mentioned, from Fofo, anything that can kind of slow down the game, especially when you've got Lucian and Nami, who kind of have limited range. Trying to find a little bit more range out of your mid lane mage is always a very, very powerful thing. And of course, the disengage that can be provided by Azir is nearly second to none, I think, in the mid lane pool right now. As Syndra taken off the board, I think we're just going to be in for 4 mid lane bans. So let's see what WE want to take away from Fofo on top of this Azir. You could remove away something like the Victor. Victor wouldn't be too terrible to take off the board from Fofo as well. It's another control mage that can really slow down the pace of the game. Doesn't necessarily give you that range, but it definitely does give you the raw damage. I think that could also be another good option. And EDG, I anticipate, will try and take away another one of Shanks' very aggressive champions. However, it's actually a Camille taken off the board from Alice. I wonder if they're going to look towards something like the Orb, perhaps, on 4. That could definitely be an option. Or, of course, it could just be a nod to Alice champion pool saying, you know what? We don't want to deal with it either way.
It's either that they're trying to set something up for BuBu, or they're saying, look, BuBu, you're not going to win this lane. We're just going to take all of the champions that Allah can body you with and go somewhere else. Shanks gets his LeBlanc taken away from him. Fizz-Mid I'd love to see it. It's not going to come on through, though. Not a chance here. Renekton was banned away from BuBu in game number 1. It's, you know, it's kind of the staple blind pick for top lane here in the LPL, and it will be locked in for BuBu.
Will be taken up. So what will Allah take into it as an answer? He's hovering over the newly buffed Jace. Jace really strong, actually, with those changes. 3 extra AD at base, a lot of extra damage attached to his hammer form as well. It's not a bad pick. As Akali, a little bit of diving threat will be brought forward here from EDG. Technically a flex, could go in Allah's hands, could go in Fofo's hands. We'll see. It'll be revealed to us very shortly how EDG want to navigate.
We're about to discover this Lucian top, aren't we?
Oh boy, yeah, here we are. It's actually going to be Lucian top, Akali mid, and you know, something else in Leave's hands. No, we're lying. It's more dive from this Jace. Likely, I think you want to just try and keep away from Renekton when so many bans are usually pretty okay into that champion are gone. You can always rely on the Jace to at the very least hold his own in this lane, 1 versus 1. Now let's see what W want to round out their draft with. I can see it's the Akali, quite a few strong hovers there. Vex follows up quite nicely on the Vi engage. Ari, very true and tested. Lissandra, of course, a very old school matchup that we know works for the Lissandra, and also the Galio, a very good one-to-one counter to the Akali. So options are plenty for Shanks, and that's the Galio that he lands on. So we asked for more engage. We definitely got it between the Galio and the Vi, and it's a lot more lockdown between those two champions, a lot more space provided by that massive ultimate. So I think W from the get-go, a lot more to work with. EDG, however, same case as game number 1. Really strong lanes, 1 versus 1 to work with. It's only really the mid lane where they maybe fall flat on that one in the 2v2, but even then, Akali is always going to be a menace, diving in those backline fights as things progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, like, it does feel like EDG have to be a bit more exciting with the way that they play to win with this composition. So I'm very much on board for that, to see EDG being a bit more aggressive with this full-on dive composition. I do just want to shout out Shanks as well. Galio is a classic WE pick. When you think back to 2020, 2019, Teachamar in the mid lane, bringing that Galio out time and time again. Shanks was the man to step in and replace Teachamar, the old WE legend. And now taking this Galio once again, but a fantastic pick, not just in terms of the history at WE, but in terms of denying dive, right? It's a perfect pick for playing to kite back, for playing to protect your team.
Yep, definitely is, and you're going to be dealing with an Akali as well. Just having that AoE lockdown and disengage is.
And the chairs even have Galio wings.
Oh, they do. Yeah, look at you. All right, you notice
kind of funky chairs.
Quite funky chairs, but this is our lineup, our drafts for game number 2. EDG, I think they're in a pretty prime position to try and roll over this game. I've seen a lot of Nami Lucian into Zeri Yumi, and just that 2v2 alone. Often we see the Zeri forced out very early on, so I wonder how Team WE will try and you know, alleviate some of that pressure that Leave and Mako are almost certainly likely to lay down.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. It's blue jungle items across the board here. Some little wolves charging around the map. They're so cute. They are adorable. But I'm excited to see EDG here. JJ on that Maokai. We saw Hung last time being really proactive on the Maokai, trying to influence the lanes, trying to find picks right from the word go. We'll see if JJ is going to repeat that, and also whether we see that same level of like early aggression in the jungle matchup, right? If you remember, Hung bullied JJ away from a blue buff right off of the bat. We'll see if JJ is going to return the favor.
Will he look for revenge? I mean, he is on the bottom side, so he's probably going to clear his whole bot side and then look for something to do off the back of that. And it could very much just be dissipate any pressure that Hung could have on the bottom side at level 3 himself. Mako will clear away this ward with Leave, and they'll secure that mid-brush pressure. And that's bone plating gone from Hope, so the next trade is going to hit like a truck.
Yeah, a bit of a trade in the bottom side already, getting aggressive between our two duos, as you'd expect. You know, Nami Lucian does take a little bit to come online. It's not just sheer dominance from level 1. You can trade back against it, but the problem is is the battle of attrition, right? Mako will have that healing available to him.
Exactly. So, battle of attrition, but a lot more burst damage in the early trades available for the EDG side.
Wow.
As, yeah, that is Galio-based damages at level 2. Very, very fun for finding out the very hard way. But there's a lot of setup there in the mid lane to work with. So I wonder if Team WE will actually try and utilize that. Get the winning 2v2 very early on before Fofo hits level 6 and has a hell of a lot more mobility. And then try and shift that pressure down to the bottom side and try and alleviate some of the pressure that Leave and Mako will no doubt be putting down onto Hope and Iwandi. But for now, JJ won't be getting any revenge on Hung at all. He's just going to go for a full clear. See where he decides to go off the back of that clear.
So let's talk WE win conditions here, because last time around we saw it was down to like trying to wait it out, play through River, try and win through neutral objectives. It didn't really work out for them. This time around, we've established EDG want to dive. How did WE want to play this one throughout the game? Leave gets exhausted actually, and will have to back away himself. The heal going to be used. Mako taking a chunk as Hope going to be there for Iwandi to jump onto the shoulder of. Hung moving down though. This is scary for Leave and Mako. Flash on cooldown. Flash is available. Sorry, heal on cooldown as Leave charges on in once again, trying to get onto Hope, who's low but shielded, and here comes Vi to smash things up. Leave has no way out of this one. Will finally fall. No, the heal comes on through, but QB in charge. Leave has nowhere to go.
Yeah, cornered into the alcove. First blood for Hope. And let's see what he can do with it. Of course, Lucian is the lane that you want ahead. Falling behind in the early stages isn't exactly the best of omens for EDG, but all it really takes is one turnaround play for that Lami Lucian to come back online and all of a sudden be an absolute menace and start one-shotting things. It's up here in the top side. Not too much interaction to be had in a lot of those trades. But as you can see, Ala is running out of mana, has a biscuit, but will likely want to base in the next minute or two to try and pick up that tier. Maybe even early Dirk before that to just up his trading power before he starts stacking up that mana.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right, where, you know, Jace is going to have an advantage in terms of just being ranged against Renekton. But once you're out of mana, very difficult. Oh, the attempted flash from Ala, but he might just find himself the kill anyway. BB does have flash available, but I'm not sure Flash can save you here. He's on the wrong side of the alcove. He is an alcove gamer, though. And we'll see if he can walk away. It looks like Ala's not even going to try and chase it.
So, Ala kind of misplayed that a little bit. Misunderstood how much mana he had because he casted the acceleration gate. Maybe anticipation with having another Q ready, or just trying to get the movement speed to auto-attack him down for the more consistent kill, but just messes up barely, and now jumps onto him. Trade's still going to be as it is. Flash forced, though. Now, finally, the attraction of a jungler is here. And there is no flash available for Ala, and he's just going to step back with that in mind.
Yeah. That's got to be painful for BB as well. You can tell, like, he was trying to bait that. He was trying to get Ala to stick around, make sure that Hung could get into the play, but just takes too much damage too quickly, and ends up costing him his flash. Not ideal for him. Now both flashes on cooldown for the top lane. Prime lane to gank for our junglers.
Yeah, definitely is, especially with the lockdown of Xie as well. Well, definitely could have had a solo kill there, as Leave started off as a pretty mediocre trade and ends as about an even one.
Yeah. I mean, trading 2v1, you'll take that.
Oh,
You'll take that any day of the week. The fact that he's able to do that 2v1 says a lot, but the Vamp Scepter already in the pocket of Hope, so it's one of these things where you're going to have to win these as an all-in. You're not really going to win the battle of attrition. Chilling in the top side here.
Patience
And the wave will
key.
push away from Ala.
Yeah, patience will be key here. Just take their time, or even if he goes in for a hammer form trade. Okay. Just didn't want to invest any more time. Maybe expecting Jie to be behind his top laner as well. Kind of feels like time wasted there by Hang.
Oh, scathing words from Jamada. Hang is going to be hitting a Weibo after this one, for sure. Good little dash from Hope to dodge his piercing light on the bottom side.
I mean, still, they definitely could have killed him if they just let the wave shove in, but... Oh well, let the play fizzle. It's not the end of the world. So now Shanks gets his first move down towards the bottom side. He has a blast cone if he wants to commit. Looks like it's just a vision that will be gained.
Oh, Fofo though might be baited in. Nice little shuriken flip to dodge away. Shanks has the magic shield, so he'll be fine as well. And Leave trying to get some damage down, but again, not really able to make it stick. And Jamada, how is this my first LPL series back? There's so little action going on. I feel like neither of these teams really want to go for fights. JJ has a visit towards the mid lane here, but won't be able to find anything. Shanks pretty safe underneath his tower. Ala and Bubu going at it. Ala low on HP, no flashes available here, and Bubu body blocking. Ala trying to get out. Oh, great little knockback though. The thundering blow saves his life.
All right, let's play a fun game, Joe. And I guess chat can definitely be involved as well. Next kill, what minute? Because it's that kind of day apparently in this series.
I'm gonna say
we're at 8
minute
now.
12.
Minute 12, next kill. Yeah, Herald fight. I think Herald doesn't, you know, it's quite volatile in the top lane right now. I think teams.
I think it'll be pure shenanigans. I don't think it'll be a calculated kill. It'll just be someone dies randomly in lane or something.
Okay.
Here we go. Shanks gets a taunt.
No.
Has a I mean, Galio Yumi, not the strongest combo. And we're still on for minute 12, but you never gave an answer to the conundrum.
I will say minute right 9. Now. Right now, yeah. Minute 8. That's my
minute. JJ getting smashed. I guess we're not going to be waiting. There we go. Second kill for WE.
Yeah, they'll probably turn that into a dragon as well. Pure shenanigans. Your theory was correct, Joe. Unfortunately, your answer was not. Just caught out on vision. Now W will pick up the first dragon. We'll see if they can try and turn it into a herald on the back side of it as well. We've seen a lot of that over the last couple of days. It feels like sometimes teams will very easily snowball the first dragon into the first herald. If the dragon is taken before the herald, as just get a look as Sapling comes forward, kind of just have an idea of where GIGA will be, and just kind of face check. Just go, all right, let's see if he's here. Yes, he is. And lockdown real easy between Avian and Galio. No move from GIGA. And he drops as tell a lie on my previous statement. Seems like EDG want first move to this herald. WE still resetting off the back of that last play. Tempo is EDG's to have, and they'll pick up this herald pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, JJ's just got to finish it off. BB's here. Okay, does get a herald. Does he get out with his life? JJ will be stunned here. Does still have flash available though. Didn't actually get, I mean, he was just pure CC in the previous play, so didn't actually get a chance to use his flash last time. But still going to be okay. Still going to have that flash available. Hope trying to trade back against Leave, and look at that. The root going to come on through. Can they finish the kill onto this Lucian? Just a little bit more damage would be required, but not quite enough in the tank.
Not quite enough, and also, thankfully for the side of Team WE, there are a couple of minions blocking that culling that was trying a lot of damage too. It's very, very close 2v2, but it's just some of the spells expended on both sides. Heal Exhaust, Heal Cleanse, as another trade comes through on the top side. Bubu trying his best. He's actually up in CS in this lane. It's a pretty big deal for him.
Yeah, nice stuff from him. And a lot of that down to the resets that were forced earlier on from Ala. Lost the wave to the tower there. Has hung. I love how aggressive this guy is. Forces the flash from JJ. And just more than willing to push his advantage. This is not a player that needs to be mollycoddled, that needs to be handheld. He knows what he's about, knows when he has an advantage and how to use that. Hope could be in trouble as Leave and Mako could just try and all in before the dive happens, but here we go. Shanks moves on in. There we go with the assault and battery, and there's a kill onto Leave already. Who's tanking tower? It's Hung, but he's down. The heal is not enough. Shanks now underneath the tower. It's Hope to tank for the time being. Shanks goes back in, sacrifices himself to get his AD carry out of dodge, but it's 2-for-1 in favor of EDG.
Yeah, ADG very happy to take that after that was a 4v2 at the very beginning. It could actually just end up being another kill traded. It is. Fofo though.
In trouble here, but the shield comes on through. Fofo, does he have the damage to finish this off?
He does.
Execution. Yes, he does. He's an Akali and finds both.
Nice from Fofo. Cleans up the back end of that play for EDG. That was already going positively. Mako kind of oversteps, but you know what? He just gifted his mid laner another 2 kills for it. So I think he's going to be all right with that very worthy sacrifice. And the dive just kicks off with this Via ultimate into the taunt, and immediately Leave is forced to leave the field.
A tidal
Someone
wave.
just straight back to Fountain. Tidal wave was great to lock Heng down, and you can kind of just see Shanks, unfortunately, tries to Justice Punch to dodge the bubble, still gets clipped by it, and ends up tanking aggro because he hits JJ with it as Make Hope, yeah, just a bit of an overstep, but what it does do is make Hope overcommit for Fofo to very happily clean this one up. So realistically, it was just calculated play from the EDG support. Fofo picks himself up a double kill.
I don't know if flashing into melee range of an Akali is necessarily the best play for an AD carry.
Munch.
Yes.
You're correct. It is.
Okay,
That's
good.
it. That is the
Glad we
point. There is
established
no
that.
more to add.
Analysis, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to be in melee range with Akali. Excellent. Here we go. Bubu looks to close the gap onto Ala here. Will be just losing the trade by the looks of things, but here comes JJ to turn things around. Ala with a shock blast. Bubu flashes, but rooted up and taken down. Ala with the kill. Bubu 0-1, and now with the Herald coming down as well, Ala will get so much gold in the top side.
It's starting to swing from bad to worse here for Team WE. Fofo picks up 2 kills on the back of that play. Now this engage is actually starting to come through.
Yeah, the cleanse was a little bit early there. They're going to go underneath the tower. Can they finish lead? No, walks away. And Hong takes another tower shot. Mako is doing wonders on this Nami to buy space and time for leave. And sure, you get a consolation plate, but it just isn't enough.
God, the relentless aggression for Hung is great, but at the same time, the execution is just falling flat on these dives. And it means that EDG yet again capitalized whilst on the top side. The first tower is going to drop, and all of a sudden a gold lead that was no more than 1,000 is now 3 between EDG and Team WE. And it's a massive lead where the Eclipse has already picked up for Allah, so he's going to be even larger in this side lane. And even Mako just surviving these consistent dives. I mean, sure, they should be winning the 2v2 anyway on paper, but if they're being hand-fed these kills, they're going to be more than happy to accept, as Leave now has the Gale Force. I think Mako didn't quite see before the pop-up of the stats for Fofo, who is doing great. I can't read any of the stats. I don't speak or read Mandarin, unfortunately, but I'm sure those stats are good for Fofo. And everyone's hitting their first core items.
Inevitably. 3-0-0 has his proto belt, has 6 stacks and a dark seal. I'm pretty sure the stats were saying that he is absolutely bodying WE right now. 6-4 on the scoreboard. At least WE get themselves a second trade. It'll be Ocean this game, which perhaps is silver lining for them, and they desperately need a silver lining right now because it feels like they are just falling further and further behind. JJ won't be able to get onto Hang there, who dives away to safety. Shanks should be able to just clear the wave as Galio here is going to try and commit to doing so, and EDG will respect it.
I mean, even though Team WE do have those 2 dragons, the unfortunate thing that I have to put forward is, will they be able to contest the 3rd one?
Well, yeah.
At this rate. As, yeah.
Oh my days, that is some damage onto Hope. They're trying to turn it around onto Leave. The culling is just shredding him though. Hope survives. The healing comes on through, and Leave is the one to fall.
Dude, Leave accidentally A-clicked a minion as he was trying to take down Hope. One of his auto attacks went over to one of those casters, and that could have been the difference maker. He had about 150 HP. Really close stuff. If it was a crit on that minion, I think Hope would have actually died. So, I'm not sure, misplay could have been one of those unfortunate things. But still, great turnaround from Hope. And Iwandi Yumizeri is just infamously difficult to lock down. Unfortunately, the burst damage isn't quite there after they commit to that initial bit of burst, which gives Team W a kill, just to kind of, again, you know, keep EDG at bay to a point, but how much will it really do?
Alice in trouble, actually. Has flash. He'll walk away.
Bit of a weird place to base, but you know, he's okay. Not going to die.
I feel like Allah and a bit of a weird thing to do are synonymous with one another. He's a very individualistic player.
Hey man,
whether it's
like my 2nd day on the job. I'm still learning, right? You know, I've got to get that first-hand experience of some of these weird things.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily always recalls, but yeah, definitely an odd fellow. 2 items though. Look at this already for Allah. He is absolutely terrifying right now, and Fofo will be in the same boat as well shortly, who, you know, the 3 kills already. Very nice early game on the Akali, but you just know that he'll follow up with that later on. And the question will be, is this Galio ultimate, is this Yumi healing enough to protect Hope when Fofo dives that backline?
That'll be the question we'll have to continually track the answer of with these team fights as we hopefully get to see them. Tower on the bottom side will drop to Shanks with Hung just waiting in the backside. As now mid lane, the push is here, and the Herald is also picked up. So EDG will just trade this tower, and you always have to feel mid lane tier 1 is going to be a higher trade than side lane tier 1. So EDG will probably walk away very happy with this trade, but you can see Hung here with the Yuumi on his back, looking for a flank. They're onto JJ.
Onto JJ, here we go. Trying to find the CC chain, and the jungler will go down. Good little start for WE. Leaf trying to answer it, but Shank's still half HP. But there's no Herald available. Baron's not up for another 2 minutes. Dragon isn't on the map right now. What can WE do with this pick? Looking for more of a fight here, but it might just be the mid-tier 1 that they have to settle for. But Allah here to try and clear the way. That's a lot of damage on the shock blast. They can't even get the tower.
No, they can't in return. And see Fofo as well in that shroud. Just corralling Team W here. Wait, that tower. They'll click on it, the observers, surely. How much HP is it? 6.
6 HP. I mean, someone could sneeze on that tower. It's going down. Like, and the next minion wave will finish that one comfortably.
It was quite windy here in England the other day. I'm sure if that wind somehow manages to carry over to Xi'an, I think that tower might drop.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a hell of a cold front to go from literally halfway around the world.
Halfway around the world, yeah.
I'm not sure if the Gulf Stream hits northern China. Probably not. Probably not. But yeah. I don't know. We need some winds of change at this point to hit Xi'an for WE because...
What about some winds of war?
I was about to say, if they've got Galio on side, maybe the winds will turn around. But this is looking brutal. This is looking brutal. Even though they're finding a couple of picks, they're finding a couple of moments, it doesn't feel like they're gaining control of the game. Perhaps a pick onto Allah could be their window in. Hung there, trying to get some damage down. Shank's the one to finish the kill in the end, as BB was trying to head the play off. And that's 15 seconds until Dragon. Surely a neutral for WE.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Yeah, with Allah down, WE have all of the members around this pit, so I think they might have just managed to secure their third dragon. We're worried about it a couple of minutes ago, but it seems like I don't even think a fight is going to break out. Reset from Leave as well, just to pick up the rapid fire cannon. So, all they have to do is repeat something like that in 5 minutes. It's doable, I'm sure. But will EDG give them the opportunity is probably the bigger question now. But Team W, they're trying to push onto this tower. Mako's got a pretty interesting angle for a tidal wave, and it's pretty good as well.
Ooh, I like that from Hope, though. Manages to get away with an interesting route. JJ trying to chase onto Shags, who is totally alone, but now the team arrives. In comes Vi from the side as Hope, desperately trying to survive, and is alive for the time being. Lightning chaining across the team. The laser goes wide. Fofo on the backside gets one. And now for more, as Hope gets eradicated. Leave is an order from EDG as they chase WE across the map, looking for more Shanks with the fadeaway winds of war onto Mako, but it ain't gonna matter.
I think Mako just said, you know what, you guys deserve at least 1 kill for this team fight. As EDG, they're just going to turn onto the Baron. Really, really nice execution on that fight. It was very scrappy, about 3 different fronts. Teleport flank came in from EDG. As surely you won't see some kind of whip.
I had visions there of I1D taking that with the Prowling projectile. The Baron taken by EDG, and once again, a single decisive moment sets everything in motion for EDG.
Yeah, exactly, and this engage from Mako splits apart the fight from the get-go. Shanks is isolated on the side, even though he lasts one of the longest in this team fight. It still means that EDG just get pick of the litter on who they want to take down. Hung is isolated on the top right-hand side. EDG, Fofo is down here, just causing absolute mayhem, and on the top half of the fight, Leave is doing an absolute wonder in terms of damage on everyone's health bar. Dash forward, Gale Force, double auto Q. Hope, like you said, ordered to leave, and W didn't even pick up the third dragon in the end. Back at that pit.
Oh, yeah.
That fight happened so quick. So now there's not even a soul condition available as EDG
spotted.
pick it up, and now they've been spotted.
Allah has found himself a 2v1 there. He spotted one player. He did not realize there was a jungler there as well. So, bit of a tough game from Allah, honestly. I feel like there's been a few dodgy moments, but now Fofo is just going to be like, you know what? Yeah, I'll take a 1v3. That sounds pretty good to me. I'm a Carly, and I'm fed to the back team.
God.
Here we go, looking for more. The route's coming on through. Shanks turns golden. Perfect execution. The second half still available, and Shanks will go down. Fofo literally 1v3ing to start that off. Just sheer confidence from the man in the mid lane.
Yeah, Fofo just feeding himself. 501. Zonya's picked up 10 stack Dark Seal. Do I smell a magic? I think I can see it on the horizon for Fofo before EDG close out this game. They still got a minute and 15 seconds on this Baron, so expect to see a couple more towers fall. They'll definitely pick up this tier 1 on the bottom side at the very least. Wave is a very long ways away.
And you know what, Jamada? I'm a man that looks for silver linings in life.
Okay.
I always try and be an optimist. And while WE may be sort of getting demolished again, at least we're getting kills in this game. At least this is a much more fun game to watch. EDG really putting on a show here, especially Fofo manages to make things happen, but leaving that last fight as well, diving forwards and taking Hope out. I love seeing this squad with a more decisive composition, being willing to just go for the play and willing to apparently go for a tier 2 on the bottom side as well.
Yep. Much different gear of mid game for EDG. Last game it was all about patience, letting Arla win the side lane. This time around, even though he is definitely stronger than Bubu, he keeps on finding himself in the situation where the Henger's on top of him. And,
I mean,
you told me he does
I
weird
don't know
stuff.
what he expects.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, man.
Be honest.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. You wish you could be a little more professional in these moments, but he's done it about 3 times in a row now. So, you know, just giving Team WE that window. All right, it's all about the window. Can they creep back in off these side lane picks? Right now, I'm feeling no because EDG are just executing these team fights so well.
I think this is the thing, right? Like, if you're Ala right now, you're probably thinking this one's kind of in the bag. Fofo is absolutely in control of the game. Wait a second. How is Fofo behind Ala in gold by like 1,000? He's 501. He has more CS. Is that just tower plates? Like, that's insane.
Yeah. Ala did pick up.
I guess he got the solo first tower, didn't he? Yeah.
Tower's broken, man.
But that's insane.
Oh yeah, I know.
20 CS and 3 kills. Wow.
Yep. One of his kills could have been a shutdown, but I'm not sure who WE could have had a shutdown on the sides. Maybe Hope at one point.
Hope, yeah. Or Shanks, actually. Shanks has been surviving for quite a long time.
Yeah, once or twice.
I don't know.
But tower plates are strong. I mean, don't forget they did get buffed as well. I mean, it's only 15 gold, but at the end of the day, 15 gold.
It's times 5.
Yeah. It's 75 extra gold for a tower. It still doesn't make up for it.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
Everyday man's on the block. All right. Bubu moving up to the top side to try and clear that wave. Fofo happy to 1v1 him, but Bubu has that more Mortius, so a bit of MR in the pocket to be able to survive the burst from Fofo. And the question is, will he survive that burst? Because Fofo is definitely willing to test whether the shield is working correctly, that's for sure. Drake up in another minute, and it feels like that's what EDG's eyes are set on for the time being, but maybe looking for a ping on Shanks instead. Cullen comes out. Shanks forced away.
Yep, Shanks forced away. A lot of damage available to leave now. 2 items. Mandate. Even May always managed to make it to second item, which I feel like doesn't happen often for supports.
I feel like Nami with Lucian is one of the supports that manages to make that happen more, you know?
Yeah.
The items are fairly cheap and you just are always scrapping, you know? Like when you're playing this lane, you inevitably are finding kills.
Like you can see it with Yumi because, you know, she kind of foregoes boots as a whole, but
yeah,
still really powerful 25 minutes into the game. Team WE. At the very least, on items, they're not too far behind. The item difference in the top side, I mean, all Bubu has to do is kind of just be a meat shield and maybe lock someone down. You might actually find Arla. Never mind. They're actually getting collapsed on. It's a pincer on 3 fronts.
WE, let's see what you've got here. Being pincered by EDG. Bubu takes the shuriken. Hope already down to half HP, and Ala trying to close the gap. Final chapter comes up through as Shanks playing to peel. WE surviving for the time being as Fofo can't find a way into the fight. The shock blast onto Hope. Is the healing there? Gale Force not enough. And WE still walking away. Culling onto Bubu. He flashes to join his team once more. Leave trying to finish these kills, but they just don't have the damage. How did WE walk away?
That was absolute daylight robbery from Team WE to actually leave with every single member alive, but they still lose the team fight. The Dragon's going to go the way of EDG. And honestly, there was an angle for that fight to have gone pretty well for Team WE. It's just I1D aimed the ultimate in a way to try and protect Hope instead of actually give Shanks a little more coverage. And if he rooted all 3 members, I think there was an angle there for Team WE to have actually kited that one out. So EDG might have to be a little bit more careful on the approach of some of these team fights, but for now they are still very much ahead. 5k up, and the tempo is very much still in their hands. They are still the leaders in this game.
Very crucial recall coming out from Hope there. That's going to be Infinity Edge finished off. Now Zeri is online. And remember, in that previous play, we saw WE just kiting back, trying to survive as much as they could, while EDG were trying to dive, playing for the peel right with the Yumi and with the Galio, trying to protect this Zeri. Well, now the IE is there. It's a lot of damage coming out during all of that. JJ, the target of a play here. Hope on the scene, but Fofo diving into the backside already. Here comes Galio, but Hope's already down. Fofo flashes to safety, and EDG collapse onto Bubu to find a bonus kill. But Leave isn't done just yet. They're diving under the tower as well. Shanks to fall, and Leave with 3.
Leave is online. He just picked up that Navori quick blade just like Hope finished his 3rd item in the IE. He absolutely decimates that team fight. Hope just gets eviscerated by Fofo. And the very kickstart of that fight. And as soon as Hope is gone for Team WE as a whole. And now they will pick up the Baron. And I'm almost certain they will look to close out the game. It's been a slow burn up. As it is Team WE that kicked this one off. But you'll see very quickly focus switches over to Hope from Fofo. And as soon as Hung's dead, you can see almost in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Hope is gone. On top of all that Akali damage, no one from Team W stands a chance against what is the might of EDG right now at this point in the game.
Yeah, brutal stuff. And the ebb and flow actually finishing the final kill onto I1D there, denying the quadra kill from Leave, who is having a hell of a debut here in the LPL. You got to remember that this is Leave's first series on the stage. And what an entrance he is making multiple times now. He's having these huge team fights. This Lucian looking really clean and decisive. The Caitlyn in game number 1 looking fantastic as well. Clearly a very talented player mechanically. And certainly has the veteran guidance alongside him. With Mako, I feel like this could be a terrifying bot lane when you're looking at 2023.
A new superstar potentially in the making. Sure, Leaves year, no matter what, should be successful on EDG. And like you say, with Mako guiding him, feels like not too much can go wrong. As Hung is finding himself in a real big flank angle. This is real last chance saloon stuff. But it looks like EDG are just rotating onto the other side of the map. It's not a side that he's going to be able to find that angle on unless he really commits to the long con play. And EDG more interested in just picking up tier 2. Shadowing Arla, and now this is where that constrictor grip really starts to kick in. WE, their options are really limited.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 10,000 gold lead at this point. EDG knocking on the door. The one thing in favor of WE is potentially an all-in 4v5 here. Mako the targets. In comes the Galio, 1-for-1 so far. But Fofo's on the back line. And surely Hope falls. There it is. Shanks, the last alive with a cat on his shoulder. But he's going nowhere. Taken down. And the game will be finished off for sure. Cannon pushing on in. But there are minions on all 3 inhibitor towers here for EDG. Waiting for that final wave. Because they've got the Baron buff. And they're looking to get this game under their belt. The cannon walks on in, but actually won't tank for them because of Baron. But EDG will still walk this one in. A 31-minute win. A dominant performance over WE. Showing 2 different compositions, 2 different styles, and 2 different dubs.
Very, very good look from EDG in their opening series of 2023. Very decisive in both games. And seeming very capable of punishing what was a lot of oversteps from Team WE on the side of aggression, especially through the bottom side. Only thing you can maybe criticize, Arla's still Arla. He's still having a lot of fun out in those side lanes, but even then, once the team comes together in those team fights, Fofo, what an amazing debut for him on this lineup.
Yeah.
What caught your eye on that giggle?
Leave, when he was shaking hands with BB there, they literally like touched fingertips in like It looked like they were going to go for a handshake, but they basically just like wiggled their fingertips at each other. I think it was meant to be a handshake, just neither really committed. I've never seen anyone not commit to a handshake like that before. I don't know. Just tickled me. Either way, EDG, it leaves handshake game may not be up there, but he's got time to work on that because the rest of his life he's been working on his League of Legends game, and it is beautiful.
Yes, it is indeed. Who needs handshakes when you can get League of Legends ones, right? But let's continue to celebrate EDG. Very excited. All right, I think questions were certainly looming around the lineup, and I think a fair amount of doubters can be silenced to a degree. Still need another stronger looking opponent than Team WE, maybe to instill a little bit of confidence. But nonetheless, I think filling the shoes of Scout, Viper, Flandre as well is going to be very, very hard. I feel like at least for this debut, really good job from the new incomers, rather, from EDG side.
Yeah, really, really great stuff from EDG. A solid start to their split. WE unfortunately going 1-1 now, so, you know, they already had one win on the board, so it's not too much of a disaster for WE. And this is certainly a roster that is stacked with talent on the side of EDG. So not too devastating to lose this one in the end. But for EDG, you know, walking in before Chinese New Year, showing that this is a team that have been prepping. This is a team that are drilled. They've got multiple strategies available to them. And honestly, nothing but good things to say for them so far.
Yeah, and like you said, two different styles of composition from game 1 and 2, right? Very aggressive composition in the mid game between the Akali, the Jace, the Nami Lucian, whereas a lot more of a slower paced game where you're letting Arla do his thing on the Fiora in the side lane with, you know, scaling disengage options, but also options to re-engage off the back of what was very limited engage from Team WE. Admittedly, good looks all around from EDG to be able to show off those two different and honestly very, you know, opposite sides of the scale kind of compositions in just one series.
Yeah, definitely. And it's good to see that depth of strategy. The question will be, what do they lean towards in the long run? Ala actually doing the most damage in the game. And this is what we were talking about before. In that previous game, the most damage at 35 minutes was 14k. Ala has more than doubled that in game number 2. Leave not far off. In fact, he has doubled to 14k, but not far off Ala's damage there. Fantastic game from EDG. And, you know, it's kind of what we talked about to start it off. WE starting with those two Drakes. And the question was, okay, now, can they find a third Drake? Can they find that as a win condition? And EDG just absolutely came online and put an end to that dream.
Very quickly as well. And even though Team W were trying their best to be proactive, its execution fell too short too many times on some of those bot lane dives. And even talking about that third dragon, they had the opportunity to take it 5v4, but I think they tried to rotate to the mid lane, re-secure mid lane priority before they did that, and EDG punished. It was a really nice angle from Mako on that wave to split the fight apart, and it was just completely mosh pitted out that fight, and EDG were just ahead, so they won the skirmish, and off the back of that, it was a clean, concise snowball from EDG.
Yeah, and I feel like Fofo played those fights extremely well as well. Like, we saw multiple times Fofo was dancing around the CC, like moving into his shroud, moving out of range, making sure that when he was going in and getting his damage down, he wasn't then getting caught by the Galio, by the Yuumi, and being locked up for the rest of the fight. Because the second you get onto that Akali, not hard to finish her off. But Fofo towing that line between being close enough to find the all-in when the opportunity arises, but not overcommitting, not getting caught out. And I mean, we saw like Deathless game, phenomenal performance. We all already knew how good Fofo was on Akali, but we just get to see like a bit of a victory lap game there from him where he really does get to show off just a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm wondering who will get MVP for that game, because I think, you know,
it should
be Fofo, but also, you know, I've seen very strange MVP picks already.
It's true.
So I will sit here and wait very cautiously because, you know, Arda dealt the most damage, and even though he was kind of, you know, he was having a bit of a fun time on the side lanes.
Yeah.
Got a lot of work done. Leave as well, however, had a very, very good showing in some of those team fights, even though he was kind of getting focused down.
I will say, there's a small honorable mention available for Mako, where WE tried to make some dives happen in the early game, and Mako, his tidal waves, his bubbles, really fantastic stuff to stop WE finding themselves a win condition. So I think there's a reasonable argument there. But with how Fofo was popping off, I still think Fofo should be number one option.
To be. We'll get our confirmation pretty soon, I'm sure. But yeah, again, really great debut from Fofo. And just seeing, the veterancy of Mako and Sheshe still very clearly working and keeping these younger players together. It's just great to see because, EDG historically has always been a very strong organization inside of the LPL. So when you have this massive rebuild where you lose very home name brands in Scout and Viper in particular, and Flandre, of course, as well, the questions always have to be posed. The questions always have to be asked. How good would this rebuild be from the get-go? Yeah. And again, the answer seems to be not damn bad at all.
And, with Mako and JJ sticking around, it feels like you've still got that base map control, right? From your jungle support duo, those are the two roles that are all about vision, are all about controlling the way that the game is going to be played. So plugging and playing solo laners, it so far seems like it can work, with Fofo being such a strong mid lane that's able to maintain control. We're one series in, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, but so far so good, right? Ala overextending a couple of times, but still generally a good performance there. And then apparently Leave being the new superstar AD carry in the LPL. I'm really excited to see what's going to come from Leave across the course of the year.
Yeah, I think their next big test, EDG, I was just taking a peek at the schedule, will be RNG in a couple of weeks' time. Saturday, February 5th will be that game. I think that's their big test, really, where we'll hopefully see whether or not they can stand up to what is always traditionally been a very, very strong lineup and team in RNG. But we just heard confirmation in our ears. No surprise on who the MVP was. It was Fofo.
Who could have seen this coming? Fofo absolutely dominating 7-0-5 on the Akali. And, having that maxed out Dark Seal, being able to just dominate the team fights, really nice stuff. And, good to see that he can play the Azir still, but also happy to get scrappy, happy to get in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, exactly right. And so many times Fofo just found the key target. He was always looking for hope 24/7, making sure that he was never able to play out these team fights comfortably. And I think that was one of the big core factors in shutting down Team WE and so many of these 5v5s that broke out. It was just always Fofo being on top of Hope in a Shroud, being very hard to hit, and also kind of one-shotting him with all of that absolutely bonkers damage available to the Akali. And even in this final team fight, you just immediately see it. Hope tries to step forward, and out of all of this mayhem, you will see Fofo on top of Hope, making sure that he doesn't get to play the game and execute.
If you're ever not sure where Akali is in the team fight while you're watching League of Legends, just look for the health bar that's zipping backwards and forwards across the screen 17 times. There's your Akali. Fofo doing exactly that in the final fight. Fantastic stuff coming out from him. MVP performance for sure. And honestly, an MVP squad right here from the side of EDG, because I feel like Leave had performances that on other teams would be MVP performances, but still outshone by his teammates today. I'm very excited, cautiously excited for what EDG can bring to the table for 2023. But that's going to be our first series already done and dusted. But we have another one coming your way. It's Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. If there are two rosters that have plenty of mojo on board, it's these guys. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started. Only just begun. Baby, there's no doubt.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's time for the top esports debut as they step onto the stage up against anyone's legend. And Jamada, I've got a little factoid for you. Okay. It has been 1,171 days since the last time that Jackie Love and Rookie were teammates, and now they are teammates once more on top esports and going up against anyone's legend as well, with Sword Art stepping back into the LPL. If there are two teams that have got mojo that will make things happen, it's these two squads right here.
Yes, it is, and I'm just so excited to see, of course, like everybody else's, Rookie step into this top esports roster as a guest in summer to make it about me for half a second. I loved Rookie on V5. It was great to learn about everything going on there, and now to see this reunion that everyone has been looking so forward to. It's gonna be an absolutely amazing game. And not only that, like you say, Sword Art Bay as well on the opposite side. A massive reunion in its own right over there. We've already seen AL play one series this split. Didn't go great. We'll see how it goes into top esports, of course, who have effectively just kind of leveled up. Effectively, you can't really say that this was much a downgrade picking Rookie up.
No, there is no situation in which picking up Rookie is a downgrade. The top esports roster, I feel like on its best day is absolutely insane. I do think that there are some questions that can be asked though, where with Wayward, Tien, Jackie Love, Mark, all four of these players have really, really high highs, but also have bad days. They do have days where it just doesn't work out for them. So I feel like top esports, this team, the power on this roster could win the World Championship, or it could completely flounder and fall out in the first round of playoffs. You know, it's that kind of roster where the ceiling is so insanely high if it's working. It's just a question of how well have they meshed together? How well are they working together? But certainly in terms of just raw firepower, this might be the most powerful roster in the league.
Yeah, I think the only other real team that you can say has a stronger roster on paper with some confidence is just JDG, right? So top esports, the ceiling is unlimitedly high. You have to imagine, and you want to see them get off to a good start here against anyone that's a legend who didn't really get off from the starting line at all in their first series of the year. I believe against IG, if my brain is working properly, it was. So, you know, kind of dominated in that series. I recall the first game was kind of close. The second one, however, IG absolutely took over the game in like a 25-minute stomping. So we haven't really gotten to see what this AL lineup can potentially look like. And, you know, against a potential top esports who could come out all cylinders firing, we might be waiting a little bit longer. We'll have to see. I think you still got pretty strong avenues to play through with Sword Art and Betty, of course. But will they be able to do that against the likes of Mark and Jackie Love? It's a really big question, or a big mountain to climb up.
That will be the question. And, you know, when you look across the top esports, like when you match these two rosters like head to head, you've obviously got to favor top esports, but you do always have to remember we're pre-Chinese New Year here. Like, quite often you get some wacky games before Chinese New Year kicks in, so it's possible that that will happen. It will be Qingtian playing today, I believe, as well, instead of Wayward up in that top side. So top esports still keeping both of those top laners on contract and still being willing to play both top laners as well. We saw a fair bit of Qingtian last year as well. Wayward being the main top laner with, you know, smatterings of Qingtian throughout the year. So still getting play on the roster and still being able to bring that presence to the top lane. And we'll see what they're going to be able to do today, what they're bringing out of the bag. Have they got matching hair? Maybe the most stylish LPL team to start the year of top esports. Clearly coming in with synergy.
Full synergy from this lineup, from top esports, from top to bottom. It's just unfortunately, his hair was maybe
there's a little bit of
short.
Silver in there. It's just
there's
short
just a
hair,
bit of silver in there. Yeah, very short hair, of course. But I'm sure somewhere out there, and I'll give him a quick shout out, Orcs might be turning in his grave. Anyone's legend playing top esports with Rookie on the lineup, but Wayward isn't for the opening game. Has to feel bad. But I'm sure top esports very confident in their selection as AL. Not quite as much synergy in the hair, however, harder. Well, he's lost the mullet, but still working a pretty good cut. I'm expecting to hopefully see a little bit more out of the lineup as a whole. I'm really trying to see, you know, like some Xiaohao try and get things going between him and Harder and try and put Beit and Sword Art on a bit of a platform, shall we say, to actually have a good time here. But again, the issue is you're up against the likes of Tian and, of course,
Yeah, I mean, inevitably, this is going to be a tough one for anyone's legend, but I can believe in it. I can believe that the magic could happen. If there's any team that can make magic happen, it's anyone's legend. This is a team that so far across the course of their existence, which is only a year, they have been one of those squads that generally stay towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but you can never quite count them out. They always manage to find games that they shouldn't. They always manage to find opportunities that they shouldn't. And, you know, I'm talking previously at the bottom of the scoreboard, not the greatest first series of the split, but plenty of time to prove themselves. Betty and Sword Art, like you say, reunited in that bottom lane. I'm excited to see what this squad can bring to the table, and I'm hoping to see a bit of aggression from them.
Especially after what was a very, very what felt like limp performance. Not really their fault. It felt like they were kind of just outmatched from minute one, unfortunately. But hopefully today, even though the odds likely stacked against them, to say the very least, have a much better showing and maybe give us some of that old magic that we are so used to seeing from that bottom lane.
That'll be the question. As Rookie steps onto top esports, what a moment. I'm so excited for this roster this year. Like, Rookie is my favorite mid laner of all time. Top esports is my favorite team. Like, it's just a match made in heaven. And if you're going to replace Knight, who better to replace him than Rookie himself? It's going to be a hell of a year for top esports as Tian steps out onto the stage in a jumper about 3 sizes too big for him. Looks like he's drowning in it. But top esports, I'm just excited to see how this team will do. And there he is, the man in the mid lane. Rookie steps on in, and you can see the support there from the crowd already.
Rookie fighting, and he just looks so happy on the lineup, doesn't he? Yeah, the V5's summer performance. It looked so good for so long, but couldn't maintain the momentum going into the back half of the split playoffs as well. Just felt like that Weibo series. I think that was you and I, wasn't it? I got to witness that firsthand. That seemed to be the undoing of V5. After that, I felt like they never quite found the stride that they had in the first half of summer. Hopefully this top esports lineup, much like last summer, will be able to start off with the momentum and keep it going for a majority of the year, as anyone's legends lineup will be coming out on stage now. Easy, Xiaohao, Harder, Betty, and of course Sword Art.
Yeah, definitely an interesting roster. Unfortunately, don't have the same level of hair synergy across the squad. But we'll see if the Panda Warriors can make it happen once again. Oh, all right, we're getting ready for games. Well, if there's one way to command style, it's that.
All right. Well,
You should know me has some competition in the league now.
Yeah, he might. He's won my heart for all of one game, but I'm not sure how we'll do. We'll see whether the.
I just love your first player comes out with like a rehearsed show, and then you come out with a sheepish thumbs up. It's like that's a dichotomy of personalities right there.
He really did, and quite catch that one. We got to zoom in quite late, but
I think he was being like a serpent, like a coiled viper.
Yeah, a bit of a snake action. But well, you know what? I will say AL definitely came out onto stage a lot better, and their spirits seemed quite high as well. As they take their place on stage here. We'll see whether or not they can keep that spirit throughout the game, though. Draft, I'm sure, is going to be starting up very, very shortly. Yeah. That's going to be a very interesting one to take a look at, because we didn't really get much an idea of how AL really wanted to play their game, what kind of identity they wanted to move forward with. I feel like for top esports, it's going to be a lot of what we saw from last year, but with Rookie just likely stepping in and just fitting to the style that top esports already play. I think for AL, you know, a lot more rebuilding, even though they do maintain that top side that they had from last year, still trying to find a different groove to play through.
Yeah, we'll see how the drafts are going to go. Before we get too much into the drafts, like we'll talk in depth about that once it comes up onto our screen. I just want to quickly mention something which it's just like, you know, the LPL players, the LPL teams, sorry, all have their own slogan. Like each of them has their like a little motto.
I am aware.
Anyone's Legends is never forget your original intention. Glorify each other. Honestly, it sounds like a line from scripture. Like it doesn't sound like a team motto to me. It sounds like it's something that's written in the Bible. Like glorify each other. I love it. It's so extra.
It is. Yeah, I'm not sure why it is so extra, but I agree with you. It is glorify each other. It's just such a, it's got that holier kind of feel to it. Away from the team motto, we're here to pick some bands.
Yeah. And then you got top esports to the top. You know,
To the top.
Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Here we go. Bands coming up through. It's the Fiora that we saw earlier on today taken off the board, as well as Wukong, Poppy, and Varus on the side of Anyone's Legend. Interested to see the Wukong and the Poppy bands when we literally didn't even see them earlier today.
Yeah, exactly. But Wukong still very much in the meta, very strong. He kind of fallen a little bit off that S tier permapick pedestal to kind of like that A+. If it fits the composition, we'll play it. Or, of course, some junglers have definitely put a little bit of favor onto it. Shun was one of those from BLG. Had a pretty good series on it not too long ago. But Lucian found the way. Yumi's available. So, unfortunately, I think that's going to get first picked. As Top Esports will very happily rub their hands together and take what is still undoubtedly the most broken champion in the game in B1. And now let's see what AL will want to respond with. Junglers up and available. Vi has been pretty high priority, but you kind of have to take the Sivir away from it, you'd have to imagine, if you want that to be the case. Riley's actually has been banned a lot on red side, so looks like we're finally going to see this one come through. And the first pick here and likely go into Harder's hands. Excited to see how this pick will do. Roa changes as well. We mentioned at the very start, on top of the day. And so is Cassante. Oh my goodness, this is a really overloaded draft. So solo lanes looking pretty good for AL, and with Fiora off the table, there's no, perceived very hard counter to that Cassante available, but I've been playing a lot myself, and picks that I've come up to struggle against, definitely Gwen, something that we've also seen in the LPL already picked into it. Gangplank as well, also very, very powerful. And when you've got, a kind of team fighter composition like Sivir and Yumi, expect to see that, but I want to see a little bit more engaged from the jungle role for TN picked up here for Top Esports in their next rotation before we start looking at top lane picks, and that way you also potentially get AL to kind of pick and choose between what they want from their AD and support. If you go towards the jungle, you really do make AL pick on their R3.
Yeah, and Vi available as well. We've seen Vi as a priority. Actually, going with a Sejuani, so likely we're going to see melee solo lanes coming out here from Rookie and Qingtian. We could see something like the Kassadin in the mid lane for Rookie, or maybe something like the Silas to pair up well, or even the Akali that we saw earlier on today. We'll see where Rookie's going to go in that mid lane. But over to AL, they've got to lock something in, and it will be a jungle.
Yeah, I think if they go towards the Maokai, don't be too surprised if they ban away that Kassadin, to be honest with you. I think even though there's a lot of lockdown between that Ryze and the Maokai, I don't really feel like after 6 they're going to have the consistent damage unless Rookie is already starting the engagement off with very low HP. To actually take him down. He's going to be a little bit too mobile, and of course takes less damage to magic damage Kassadin. So if AL ban that one away, don't be too surprised, but I think trying to pattern down on those solo lane matchups is likely going to be the port of call. There's the Syndra, very, very powerful. We've already seen on this patch, even when it falls behind, it still feels like now it just has the ability to one-shot you if you're a squishy target, pretty much always, unless you are so far behind that it doesn't matter what champion you'd be on. As Top Esports now, you anticipate will start to remove away some of the more aggressive options from Bay and Sword Art. There goes the Kalista. Lucian and Varus already gone. You could look at maybe something like a Caitlyn removal, but Sivir actually does pretty okay in that matchup 1-to-1. So I'm not sure what else they could maybe look towards. Maybe something like a Rel as an engage option to follow up on that could be pretty good. Something that Sword Art is more than familiar with as well.
Yeah, we'll see if the Rel could come on through down in that bottom side, but the Silas taken off the board in the end. Kassadin available if Rookie wants to go for it. We have already seen it in the LPL, and it has looked kind of terrifying, I'll be honest. Top Esports need to go for a ban. Could just get rid of another scaling AD carry, maybe. The Varus obviously already taken off of the board. Maybe something like the Caitlyn that, like you say, Sivir can do well as Caitlyn, but can still just have a lot of presence, right? But Alistair, interesting.
I mean, that's a pretty niche bannerway. We don't see Alistair too
He
often,
saw
but
that,
it's
looks perplexed. He's like, didn't expect that.
here. But we spoke about aggressiveness out of Caitlyn. How about potential Samira as the hover was coming through? But yeah, I think even though Caitlyn might not inherently have, you know, a super oppressive laning phase like she does with so many other AD carries, I think that could still be the option, though. Going through quite a few diverse choices. We're going to get Aphelios out of Bay, so I wonder what Sword Art's pick will be. Lulu's still up and available if they want it. It would leave them lacking on the engage front, but they definitely have very strong front line to back that up between Cassante and Maokai. A lot of disposition, a lot of CC. As what will Top Esports take into this Cassante? Two very okay picks. I played against the Olaf quite a few times. I'm going to be honest. It's going to be fun to see the matchup play out, but Cassante can definitely get the better end of that one, and we asked for melee mid laners. Rookie is playing with quite a few strong choices.
Remember, this is Rookie's first game on Top Esports here in the LPL. It's his first game in over 1,000 days alongside Jackie. What's he going to choose to make his debut? It's Azir in the mid lane in the end. We've got an Olaf in the top side and then the Sivir for Jackie Love. It's an exciting draft, that is for sure. We'll see what Sword Art wants to pick up to finish this draft off.
I mean, it's either going to be more Engage or a Lulu. I don't think it's going to be that much more exciting, unfortunately. But I think Sword Art's choices are going to be pretty pivotal to how this one plays out. I think you go Lulu, just keep this Felios alive against moving forward of Chintan, and of course Tien on that Sejuani. I like it. It's always going to be providing a base level of survivability for Bay, which he's going to definitely need at some points here. Top Esports, pretty standard front to back with the Olaf slotted in to try and win that 1v1 in the top side against Asante. Anyone's Legend, kind of a similar deal, to be fair. Very strong front to back on their end as well, with Maokai, with Rise. Rather. Both are, forgive me. And of course, the Aphelios. I like what both teams have put together, to be entirely honest with you. I think team fights is where things are really going to get spicy. I think the laning phase, however, could leave us with a lot to talk about in the early game. It should be relatively quiet, unless Jingtan has something to give us in that 1v1 against the Cassante.
I mean, Cassante versus Olaf is our top lane matchup. Certainly going to be an exciting one. I'm curious to see how that one's going to ping out. Obviously, Olaf top has seen some play last year as well. You know, famously Adam, the one to kind of bring that to prominence in Europe over on Fnatic. I think that was even 2 years ago now.
2 years ago. That was BDS he was on last year.
But ZDZ bringing out this Cassante on the top side. Talk to me a little bit about the pick, because I feel like everyone's played with it, played against it at this point. Everyone knows the kit, but in terms of professional play, like, what's the identity of Cassante in your mind? Like, how does he function in a team? Are you wanting to team fight? You want to split push? How are you playing this champion?
Well, I definitely feel like you want to have Cassante interacting in team fights heavily, being a very big annoyance in those team fights, disrupting the back line, trying to find those Q3s consistently, and then once you find the opportunity, pop that all out, and it's either going to be offensively or defensively. Defensively to stop one of those divers on the enemy team from getting onto your back line, or offensively to try and assassinate the enemy carry if you have it in you. And definitely around that 2-item mark, kind of like level 13, 14, that's where Cassante really peaks in that lethality department. That's when he really has a lot of threat on to those squishier targets. But eventually he does fall off. He is not this all-powerful. He's not on. He doesn't do everything, right?
Yeah.
That's how I like to look at it. But he does provide a lot of threat, a lot of CC very early on, and a lot of damage, especially between sort of like level 6, 7 onwards to around level 13. That's when he starts to lose some of that threat, but still maintains a lot of the utility, mobility, and just flat-out annoyance that he can provide in team fights.
Well, we'll see if CDZ can be that annoyance against Top Esports. I will say, for anyone's Legend, I certainly have even more respect for ZDZ, who stepped out onto the stage, throwing out some poses and that, because, you know, Top Esports, even outside of just talking about how good the gameplay is, like, they're an extremely popular team. And now with Rookie joining the ranks as well, like, they didn't lose fans with that transfer. It feels like the crowd is very Top Esports favored right now. So AL, bit of pressure on their shoulders. It's going to be scary stepping into a giant room like that with just everyone cheering for the enemy team.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna make a very English comment here, man. Just gotta be like stepping into Anfield as the away team. I know football fans from the UK, or football fans in general who know about Premier League will get that reference quite heavily. It just feels like a nightmare. You don't want to deal with it. You don't have to deal with that very, you know, one-sided crowd.
Yeah.
But anyone's legend definitely taking it in stride on those entrances, and we'll see if they can take it in stride in gameplay. Very slow start. Junglers starting on opposite ends, so they will end on the opposite side of each other. TN will actually end up on the top side, so we'll see whether or not they can get some aggressiveness down onto ZDZ. We're starting to see a lot less flash and a lot more ghost taken on the Cassante, so you know he has a lot of mobility and survivability through his kit, of course, and we'll talk about if we get to see it on screen if he does survive a couple of ganks.
Yeah.
But definitely been the preference up there.
Yeah, we'll see if we get some interaction from the junglers with an Olaf Cassante lane. Surely we get to see a bit of jungle action up there. Surely we see a bit of aggression, right? There's so much follow-up available there. But Harder doing his best against Rookie in the mid lane, but Azir gonna have the range advantage to start this one off. And not to mention it's Rookie, one of the greatest laners of all time. Although hasn't had that same level over the last year or so. I feel like he's had worse games. Harder taking a couple of hits. We'll back away. But I'm hoping that this is the year for Rookie to like finally make it back to internationals. Yeah. Man, I'm so bored of Rookie not being at international tournaments. It's killing me.
It is killing me too, but I think it's just the nature of the LPL as well, because you have to remember, it's not like we've been, you know, short on mid lane talent at the international level either. But it's just about actually getting to see Rookie thrive and make it to that level once again, like he was on EG. IG.
Back in his days on Evil Genius in the LCS.
Evil Geniuses in the LCS. So used to making it very far into national tournaments, NA, aren't they?
Moved over with LMQ and then switched teams. Like, what timeline are we talking about here? Jackie Love with a good spell shield there. Will keep himself alive. No summoners needed. Even drops a cheeky little thumbs up. And I just want to clarify a statement I made there as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not trying to say that Rookie's like had some really bad years or anything. He's still Rookie. No. He's still insane. I'm just saying, like, compared to the years where he's dominating the world, he's had a quiet couple of years in the LPL. But I feel like you still see glimmers of just insane world best Rookie. You still see it.
Always.
Maybe every other game instead of every game.
Exactly. I mean, look, he's been in the hyperbolic time chamber for a couple of years, and I feel like that one day into year may be over, and I think he's about to exit with Top Esports, and hopefully we'll get to see him return to the international stage yet again. We'll see how he deals with what could be potential. Nope. Right back around from Chow. No aggression. Already blown. Oh, flash from Harder earlier on, so Harder held on to that summoner spell. So very quiet. I don't expect too much to go on. Maybe once level 6 comes in for Rookie. And then TN will look for some aggressive moves onto the mid laner of anyone's legend. But for now, very quiet lanes to be expected, right? It's Sivir, Yuumi, Lulu, Aphelios, Ryze, and Azir. And
Top Esports capitalizing on that, right?
Yeah.
Like, having priority on the bottom side, going to go for a Drake. Like, naturally, it's going to be slow lanes, but using the power that these slow lanes have, at very least.
Yeah. I fear we might get a very, low kill game, but once the team fights come online, there'll be a lot of explosiveness as TN kind of forced off this one. Here's the level 6.
Harder just battered into TN's head and then taken down by Rookie. TN desperately trying to survive and will be able to do so. Xiaohao out of damage here. And now the heal comes on through. It's a double kill for Rookie. His first game on Top Esports and starting it in style.
Rookie starting off his TES debut as he would love to with that double kill on that skirmish. Real nice shuffle to kick things off. And unfortunately, Hudda kind of just forced out of the fight. Eventually just drops in the end to another Sand Soldier. And there's not enough damage from Xiaohao on the Maokai to execute. As you see, goes in on top of Hudda. Not a good change to see. And actually, I didn't catch that in the live.
Nice.
It's predicted. Yeah, the W. Really nice stuff. As you can see, not enough damage. The Q does connect, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Even Mark shows up on the Yuumi just to heal up TN, just in case. He gets himself a double kill. to start off his year on TES.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ask for more, can you? If you're rookie, if you're a top esports fan at home, a 2-0 Azir to start that laning phase off. This ain't getting any easier for Harder. As rookie now should be in a position to dominate. Just look at the item difference. Like a corrupting potion, a tier, and a Negatron cape up against a Lost Chapter, a Doran's, and a Dark Seal. Like, a rookie just has such a ridiculous damage advantage.
With 4 stacks.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, that's a lot of damage to be up against in the very, very early stages. I think math starts me right. He's already on like 8-5 or something, which 7 minutes into the game is pretty high. So he's going to be definitely out trading Harder for the immediate future. Of course, Rise, especially with the new changes to Roa being introduced back into the game. And of course, Archangel's going back to base mana, to AP. He scales quite heavily. And even if he does fall behind, the Roa will actually do a good job of catching him back up as well. That 10-minute passive now introduced as, there we go.
Days. Oh my, he ain't scaling nowhere. There will be no scaling in this mid lane. Rookie with a hat trick at 8 minutes into the game, and TN happy to just sit around this mid lane and make sure it all just goes beautifully. Dragon Dragon wasn't taken actually in the end because they backed away, but now Herald will be the first target for them. His Sword Art takes a prowl and projectile as well. Harder, you know, that used the flash in the previous play. Now we'll just get punished time and time again.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was about to tail off your point with. Don't be surprised if they go and attack him one more time before his flash comes up, because Rise is very susceptible to those shuffle ganks. And frankly, there's not really much you can do about it either, as Rookie's even going to poke his head in to Xiaohao taking this dragon. And he could just outright stop him. There's not really much he can do about it. Tien's on his way, but there is no smite available for Tien. However, if they just go on to Harder, it could work out.
Oh no, down at the bottom side as well. Jackie Love is trying to win out the fight.
Okay.
Here comes Harder into the bottom side.
Big.
Shroud's there flashing forward. Jackie Love in trouble. Taken down here. Does anyone's legend find themselves a kill?
But did they leash the dragon? They did.
Yeah.
So, you know, pros and cons for that play. I mean, sure, they pick up Jackie Love, but they gave up the objective they started. And TES, who have already got a bit of a tempo lead on the map, kind of just get everything they want. The only way that could have gone better is if somehow Jackie Love walked that one out. I think he'd already blown his summoner spells in this 2v2, which we're getting a look at here. Just flashing forward to try and lock down Sword Art, but too much survivability. Shield, Wild Growth, Q. If it maybe comes back and clips Sword Art in the back of the head, maybe they'll get that kill. Almost certainly, but yeah, that Realm Walk brings Xiaohao into the fold. Flash forward, no spell shield available yet. Jackie Love and just drops.
Ultimately, I actually do like this play from anyone's legend. They essentially just acknowledged that they couldn't really contest the Drake once Tien and Rookie were there. So they just commit to a play on the bottom side and get a kill onto Jackie Love. Like, it's good decision making in the middle of a play to manage to turn that one around. So good stuff from AL to get something out of it. I will say though, we're 10 minutes in and they are 2,000 gold down. It's not the prettiest situation I've ever seen.
No, definitely isn't. And this is a lane we haven't really had much look at all, as all the action has been focused around Rookie and the bottom side of the map. But it seems like, at the very least, this Olaf pick is keeping K'Sante at bay at a CS lead. So definitely doing its job inside the lane. We'll see what Jingtan will be able to do in those team fights. He has a lot of CC to be able to walk through between the Maokai and the Rise, but of course he will get significantly squishier. And running into an Aphelios when he has those setup guns, even if he is quite far behind, it's still quite a scary prospect. So we'll see what he can do. If his job is simply beat up the top lane whilst this happens to the bot side, then he's definitely doing his job perfectly well right now as Jackie Love. All right, well,
3 tower shots he took or just 2? I'm not sure, but either way.
3.
Tried to reset it, didn't do it. Simple as that. And the play falls apart for top esports. I will say Qingtian is absolutely vibing up there. The fact that he can just go for a Tiamat and just perma push in the top side because he knows that there has to be so much focus on this bottom side. It's so difficult for Xiaohao to play towards that top lane. Did they get an extra plate?
Yeah, I think they might have as the picture. All right, you know what? I'm on Jackie Love's side here. League of Legends, fix it. Because the angle he walked in the tower at, that minion should have been taking aggro. Probably. But yeah, play fizzles out because of it. And I'm pretty sure Rookie will get the play now.
Yeah, 175 gold. Loves it. Absolutely loves it. He's 3-0. He's 10 CS up. He's got himself 3 plates in the mid lane, although he did share them with Tien. He is monstrous. Already finished the Leandries. You've got a Kraken Slayer on Jackie Love as well. Like, this team is already coming online.
He's doing much better than the last time I was able to take a look at Rookie firsthand, because when he was on the Azir, I can't remember what the build was, but I just remember it not dealing a lot of damage, but he's off to a good start with the Leandries.
Yeah, the Leandry's certainly gonna be a solid one. I feel like we see a lot of Crown on Azir, or certainly did last year. It was often the start of a 0 damage build.
It was like Crown. It was against Weibo. It was like Crown, Demonic Embrace.
It's like Banshees or
Banshees
something.
and Morello or something. And it just wasn't good. But he's been doing some reading. And he's definitely doing a lot better in that department. And of course, being 3-0,
Well,
shredding people very, very soon.
He's going to have to be doing reading if he wants to be top esports mid laner. And the previous mid laner was a big fan of books, specifically one book, the Medjai Soul Stealer, and you can see 6 stacks on the Dark Seal, ready for Rookie, looking to follow in Knight's footsteps potentially here on the Azir. And you love to see it. Jingtian knows how much control he has to that top side. He's going to steal away the red buff from AL, and it does feel like slowly but surely top esports are just inching out this lead for themselves.
And Jingtian on that top side, he kind of knows, right? He's never going to die 2v1 either.
Pings on wards on the bottom side.
Oh, yeah.
ZDZ has TP. I don't think they can commit.
14 just ticking over, so those teleports are now unleashed. So the option is actually there if they want it. I feel like we've lost that with the unleashed teleports. You don't see those bottom side TPs anymore.
No.
Which makes me very sad. I missed the big 5-man parties at bot, to be honest with you, in pro play.
Yeah, I do and I don't. I miss it in pro play.
I don't miss it in solo queue.
Don't
miss it in solo queue. Miss it in pro play though.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Second drink of the game here for top esports. No way this is contestable for anyone's legend. Ah, well. So far, so good. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Top esports just absolutely cruising through this game. And I feel like every single year we go through this like emotional roller coaster of top esports feeling like they're playing a bit like last year. Top esports felt like they weren't just going to go crazy every single game. It felt like they were going to play safer again until we got to playoffs. And then the shenanigans came out once again. Jackie Love was Jackie Love once again. And we saw them kind of flub at the end of the year. And one day I pray that we'll see a top esports that plays like correct League of Legends and plays to their potential, because man, I'm so tired of seeing them almost be great.
I mean, hopefully though, that's what Rookie brings to the lineup, right? That level of consistency and a little bit of extra discipline. Reining his brother in on the bottom side from time to time. Definitely feels like he needs it.
Jingtian is the second jungler.
Let's be honest. Who's gonna stop him?
Yeah.
Right now, like, you send up Harder, you send up Chow Hao. He probably kills one person before he dies with that Ravenous Hydra build.
Yeah. I mean, he's a monster. He's an absolute monster. He's 20 CS up in the top side. He's got a Rift Herald to work with. He can just slam against that tower. I mean, it's terrifying. It really is. And the thing is, like, part of me, as a good caster, part of me wants to go, I mean, good as in, like, well-behaved. Part of me wants to go, what are the win conditions here for AL? But it's hard to think about win conditions when you're just losing all 3 lanes, and slowly but surely top esports are just tightening their grip on the game, you know?
I have the win condition. It's top esports forget that they're playing against Raiden Aphelios. Walk into a choke, get 5-man overload queued by a 2 Iron Rise, and Betty has Infernamar. Other than that, I think top are in a pretty good position, to be honest. So
Copy that.
We'll see. We're bordering pretty miracle level stuff. ZDZ will probably be able to walk this gang down. But the Herald will charge again.
Yeah, it's not pretty that we're in miracle territory already. Qingtian and Tian here. Double Tian duo. As the Herald does get the charge, as you mentioned. It will be a tier 1 taken in the bottom side for AL. Silver linings there. But unfortunately, that is all they will find for themselves. 2 minutes till that next Drake. And you know the top esports are going to want to stack him.
Yeah, definitely. Kemsol as well on the table. It's definitely the weakest soul in the game right now, but it's kind of an awkward one to balance because it's
Harder's in trouble again. The root comes on out, but the Maokai ultimate will dissuade the dive, and Harder will survive for the time being. His Rod of Ages is officially finished as well. You can see 1 stack there in his inventory.
So he'll get that stacked up 9 minutes. So he's got to wait. He'll get that extra level. But yeah, Kemsol, it's not that high value simply because it's a soul that benefits from you being lower in HP, but if you're ahead, yeah. So
good for Cassante.
Great for Cassante, but got some bad news. Cassante is not on top esports' draft, so
exactly. This is the win condition. We figured it out. You're just gonna get 4 Drakes back to back for Cassante. I will say it's kind of funny to talk about Kemsol being the weakest soul in the game after the state of Chemtech Dragon the first time around. Yeah, it's a different game now. It's a different game entirely. And also the buffed up plants. Don't forget the Scry's blooms in every direction.
The Rift is the best part about the new Chem Tech Soul and Rift. Just all the hilariousness of some of the plants, specifically the new Blast Cone.
Yeah.
Just launching you to the stratosphere.
Flying half. I like standing right on the middle of it and just going up and down, seeing if I can high five my champion.
Do you remember the days where that bug would exist with like certain knockups and dashes? Where it's like you would dash, you get hit by a knockup, and you just go to the moon. And you wouldn't be able to
Tristana was the worst for it, but Jax as well. Jax's lead strike always did it. Yeah. I actually think that might be why Top Esports banned Alistair. Just in case. Just in case.
Just in case the pulverize sent Jackie Loves to the moon.
3 years, yeah. Well, TP comes out from ZDZ in the mid lane. Trying to hold on to this tower, trying to find priority because Drake is spawning. We might just have a 5v5 on our hands here, Jamada, as the root's going to come out from Xiaohao. Top Esports back away for now. Tien the target, but he's tanky. More than willing to play for this one. ZDC on the front line trying to escape. Xiaohao chased down. As look at Qingtian just wailing on Harder in the back line. Cassante falls, and Qingtian ain't stopping anytime soon. He's got a kitty on his shoulder, but Betty turning it around, finds the ultimate. Can he find the Q? Chased down by Rookie instead. He can't find a kill when he's found a death instead.
Oh, Qingtian was just so powerful with the Yuumi on his back, running everyone down, and Rookie crowns off the plate with a real nice splash shuffle on to anyone's legend. And now that's the tier 1 going down. They'll pick up that dragon, and I think that might have just been the signing off note for AL about this game likely being over. And the engage from Xiaohao, it's nice to try and get all of Top Esports out of the river. The issue is all of it hits Tien, and at that point the turnaround comes through, even though Cassante is quite tanky. Look at the Olaf. He is absolutely one-shotting Xiaohao, one-shotting Harder, and ZDZ's left to the wayside. And this is what I was talking about, you know, running into an Aphelios with prime guns, not ideal, but he's still very much tanky enough, and Betty briefly overcommits, but that's all the window that a man like Rookie needs to lock down Betty.
Oh yeah. You only get to make that mistake once in a team fight against Rookie, and he will punish you. I just love the way the Top Esports approach that. They're like, okay, Qingtian, you 1v4 them, and we'll 4v1 ZDZ.
Yes.
Like, that's how we're going to split this one up. Obviously not quite 1v4, did have Mark on his shoulder, but
that's the trade deal, Munch.
Just look at the damage. Look at the damage that he did. It's insane.
Yep. I mean, maybe the one good Olaf pick I won't ever doubt is right here in this spot. To be completely honest with you, it's kind of monstering the AL lineup, and I think early Baron definitely on the cards, by the way. So I say it whilst they're right in front of the big purple worm. We'll see how Top Esports feel about accelerating the pace of this game. For now, it just looks like a little bit of control around the mid lane, the river, Just shoving in those waves and slowly but surely suffocating AL out, so they feel like they have the opportunity to get that one started.
Yeah, Xiaohao trying to maintain control with these saplings. One thing I will say, Top Esports have been doing a very good job of just clearing saplings, consistently going towards brushes and either dashing away or its mark on the Yumi to zip to a teammate. They are not letting Xiaohao set up any presence in the jungle, and now Tien just says, sod it, we'll just start the Baron off. Why not? We've got a Sivir, we've got an Azir. I mean, Azir with Leandris, with a second item as well. He'll just melt through this Baron, and
Halfway
Sword
down.
Art knows he has to check. Gets a ward in, 4k, here we go, Xiaohao. Won't get the opportunity of a smite steal because Top Esports back away.
Yeah, and there's the re-engage. Sword Art flashed it. He's get ruined, I
Yeah,
think.
it's on cooldown. It was, oh wait, no, it wasn't on cooldown. It was, but either way, there's the pick. There's another opportunity for Top Esports, and they can just rinse and repeat.
Yep, they can. I mean, no flash, no ultimate now from Xiaohao. Flash comes up very shortly, but they're just looking for the pick, the blast cone.
Yeah, thank God for the blast cone.
Yeah.
Or the,
Any
the
other
boom
rift?
cone.
The boom cone, as it were. Any other rift, and that is a terrible dead Maokai, because that shuffle would have come in from Rookie, no doubt. But with all of that pressure, it's like AL are going to concede. They know they can't contest anymore. Happy Baron going over to TES. You should suspect they will, at the bare minimum, take down all of the inner towers on the map.
Yeah.
Qingtian is very, very powerful.
I was going to say, you thought Qingtian was hard to kill before. Well, he's got Jack Shoulder Warden's Mail now. He is absolutely monstrous. Just look at the CS lead he has. Like, he is absolutely decimating ZDZ in the side lane.
Yeah. Definitely enjoying how he's piloted this one, and I think just the pure isolation of it and how his champion's going to work right now at the peak of mid-game to anyone's legend is just so powerful, and Yumi buffing up the scaling of that champ even further. He picks up their Enderwinds. He knows he's IMizing purely to not get one shot by Betty. That's the only thing he has to worry about.
What do you do? Listen, I feel like AL are Theoden at the gates of Helm's Deep, looking at the army of Urukai. What can man do against such reckless Olaf? Like, it's just not possible. He's just going to sprint it in, and there's nothing you can do about it. There is no peel in an Olaf. Harder takes a chunk. There's the Sun Disc in the mid lane. With the Baron, Top Esports can just slowly but surely push this one in. And with a Sivir, you know that the siege can stay all day long. And even the sustain from the Yumi, I mean, this is just a perfect situation for Top Esports.
Yeah, and there's not really any poke available to AL to stop this from happening. There's no long-range wave clear to try and shut down the Baron cannon as well, so that's going to tick at it slowly. Xiaohao's going to pop the ultimate to give themselves a brief window.
Yeah, are they really willing to dive? I don't think so.
No.
Top Esports might be, though, as they start to charge on in. Tower goes down. ZDZ trying to block for his team. Stunned up, though, and taken down. There goes Xiaohao. A great little shuffle onto Sword Art as well. And that might just be game. Top Esports decimating anyone's legend. What a way to enter the league here. And Rookie having a phenomenal debut game here on Top Esports. ZDZ goes in for one last ditch effort, but that's all it will be. ZDZ actually gets onto Fountain somehow, and they're out of minions. Top Esports, okay, there's another wave. They will be able to finish this game by the looks of things. 8 seconds on Sword Art. That's game number 1 in the books. Top Esports starting as they mean to go on, and Rookie having a hell of a debut.
As clinical as you'd like from Top Esports entering the year. Dropping only a game and dropping a kill and a tower. That's all they dropped in this one.
Yeah.
Anyone's legend, not a foot in the door from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm thinking CDZ may have a little less swagger after that one. That's a brutal game to have to live through. But I'm starting to think, you know, I was just thinking about the sheer quantity of that audience that was in Top Esports gear, holding signs with Top Esports players on. Like, do you reckon this is the most popular team in the LPL now with the addition of Rookie? I think it's possible. They might even be able to beat RNG and EDG.
It has to be, surely, right? I mean, I'm not particularly well versed on the fandoms out of the LPL teams, but if I had to wager a guess, Top Esports already being that popular, taking the biggest home brand mid lane name onto their roster, it's got to do it for you. You'd have to think.
Yeah, I definitely can see it being the case. I will say the old school fans definitely still EDG RNG, but
Of course.
you know, top esports are the new school. I don't know whether JDG have that big of a fan base in China. It doesn't feel like they have that big of a fan base in the West comparatively to top esports. But I mean, who knows? We need to do a poll. We need to like get some feelers out somehow.
We need to
Figure this
somehow
stuff
do it.
out. But wow, 25-minute win. Not a bad little showing for top esports. Not a bad little debut.
No, not all. And I think just start to finish, Rookie firing on all cylinders, and him and Tien, it's like they've been, duoing for years. Just immediately shutting down harder. The skirmish at level 5, level 6, and that really just kind of set the tone for everything. Top side, as uninteractive as you'd like. Don't let Cassante get involved in the game, and I think that's really how you shut that champion down. Just don't give him the opportunity to actually skirmish at his power points, and top esports in general anyway, just kind of letting Rookie do his thing whilst Jackie Love silently scaled up. They had quite a few attempts at trying to take 2v2s that didn't quite go over the line for them, but as you can see, he was very much still dealing with damage. He actually out-damaged Rookie by 1,000 come the end of the game, but it was just a very quick and very, very concise and decisive victory from top esports, where anyone's legend again just didn't have a single foot in it. It felt like from minute 1 there was no real avenue for them to win this one.
And very neat as well. Exactly 26 minutes on the clock as they finish the Nexus off. Yeah, dominant game there. And part of me wants to give Rookie MVP there, but I do feel like Tien does need a shout out. Like 100% kill participation, or not quite 100%, but almost 100%. And all of the plays that Rookie made in the early game, they were 2v2 plays with Tien. Tien was definitely a huge part of that success.
I'm gonna say that Rookie is going to get it because
he is going to get it.
He's
Don't
going to
get me
get
wrong.
it. Yeah. Good shout for Rookie. For Tien rather. Though I have to agree, he was really setting up Rookie for success from minute 1. Just making sure that Rookie was always comfortable. And I mean, he was always comfortable with or without his jungler there in that matchup. Regardless, I think for ALCH, back to the drawing board, right? Looking forward to their game number 2. Just try and find some proactivity somewhere. I think the laning matchups were just a little bit too uninteractive, and when you're, let's be real, just kind of being outclassed top to bottom, you need to try and find a way to actually get these guys off kilter just a little bit, get them thinking about how they actually need to play around some of your picks. Otherwise, we're just going to see a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Hey, I'll need to go back to the drawing board, but top esports starting as they mean to go on. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out what top esports have up their sleeves for game number 2.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our fourth game of the night. We've got two Titanic teams coming up in tonight. EDG going 2-0 now. Top Esports with a game number one like that. I'm going to be honest, looking like they might go 2-0 as well, as we have these Titans that have won the LPL up against smaller organizations that are trying to make their mark.
Yeah, could be in for a quick hit day today here, folks. Top Esports, that was nothing short of a slaughter on the side of AO, unfortunately. Just no real in. It just felt like everything was shut down from minute one. They had the winning in-lane, top-lane matchup, which was just left completely isolated. And for me, Asante needs to get into the fold. It's the first couple of times I think we've seen him so far. And the rest of the map, plain and simple, just fell apart. So no real way to play the game from AL's perspective in my mind. I think, again, similar to the first series for this game 2, more agency. Just actually try and find things that can go forward. I think a little less scaling from the bottom side may do you wonders. Just try and make it scrappy at the very least. Throw Top Esports off their game, because if game one, if there's anything to take away from game one, it's that you probably can't play the scaling game into these guys, even if it is kind of the meta at the moment to do that with those scaling mages, with, you know, your Sivazeri. Try and find something that can actually give you an in and a forward push of momentum in the early game.
Yeah. I think don't give Rookie 3 kills within the first 10 minutes as well is always a good shout for how to approach the game, because, well, he will just take over the game from that point. Harder having a really tough time in the mid lane. And honestly, it wasn't really just about the 1v1 in the mid lane. It was about the 2v2, right? It was about Rookie working with TN. 5-0-4 in the end. A deserved MVP there alongside TN, and just sheer control.
More than sheer control, sheer domination as well from Rookie in that mid lane matchup. Given his Azir saw what the matchup was going to be and was very, very happy to step into it. And yeah, all the stats you'd want to see. MVP, it's the way you want to start out your year as Rookie on this lineup, and hopefully many more to come for himself. And again, him and Tien were honestly just an amazing duo from the offset here. I'm expecting to see more of this, to be entirely honest with you. And just from here, from this skirmish, as soon as this happened, as soon as he secures the double kill, it just felt over. It felt like AL didn't really have anything to do in this 2v2 in the mid lane anymore. And on the bottom side, Jackie Love and Mark were always going to be fine, right? If Bay could maybe get a couple of kills under his belt, we've seen Aphelios with Lulu over time do some amazing things inside of some of the later game team fights, but this game was never going to get to the late stages with Top Esports absolutely dominating. And of course, eventually, Jing Tian came to a team fight, had a Yuumi on his back, and absolutely walked through AL.
Yeah, Jing Tian had a pretty incredible game for himself here on the Olaf. I wonder why he's going to play for game number 2. Is that Jackie Love?
It looks like it is, right? I'm like
never seen that before, but I love it. It's one of the fans with a tablet, I'm pretty sure. Incredible little bit of cosplay there.
I wasn't expecting that. It's kind of thrown us off a little bit, huh? I mean, for, you know, all right, deep breath. Back to it. Professional stuff, as always, Munch. Top Esports realistically don't have to change the formula that much, to be entirely honest with you. I think they can stay at that kind of scaling game, let some of those power picks go through. If AL decide to prioritize Cassante again, if it remains up, I suspect Top will remove Yuumi just to not have it in the game, but we'll see. Lucian, of course, is the other pretty common red side ban, but I feel like Top Esports won't be too fussed if AL were to go through with Cassante, and then all of a sudden Nami Lucian is up. They actually ban away the Camille, interestingly enough. So I wonder what the game plan will be. Loads of power picks up and available. Lucian, Cassante, and of course any others on this patch. Very powerful.
We've got a ZDZ fan in the crowd. It's not all Top Esports fans, and I can see why after the absolute swagger that you walked in with. You'd love to see it. And currently hovering a Darius. I don't think it'll be locked in, but it would be exciting. Lucian going to be the first pick.
It will indeed. So I expect a Yuumi Zeri answer, or maybe Yuumi Sivir at some point, but can definitely expect to see something like the Vi get locked in for Tien. Another engaged jungler at the very least. TES know that they don't have to lock in their AD in this rotation unless they want anyone's legend to show a little bit more of their composition moving into their third pick. And there is the Yuumi as anticipated. And like we said, don't really have to move off of that pick. So it's more about anyone's legend and what they...
I love how the LPL has just been finding funny gifts of players for the audience to hold up. That's what the LPL is now. I love it. I'm here for it.
That threw me so much. I'm loving these pans from the production at the arena, of course. There's the Nami, as anticipated. Now, what are we going to get from... you'd have to expect the jungle, right?
It's going to be Maokai, right?
Yeah, it's going to be Maokai. There's nothing else you really want to lock in my mind. So a pretty telegraphed draft likely incoming, unless Chahao really wants to shake up the formula here. Wukong banned away, so I was going to suggest that's not there. Could go something more aggressive in the early game like Viego, seen it a couple of times. Of course, I mean, Sejuani was piloted by Tien just last game, so Xiaohao will take that. Another avenue of engage brings it a little bit different. And who's surprised about this hover and likely eventual lock-in? Because it isn't me. So we'll see what exactly TES off the back of this will decide to ban likely a couple of melee champions to shut down the synergy of Sejuani and some of those solo lane powerful picks. Maybe something like a Silas could come through. I could see that. Yeah, there you go. And for anyone's legend, maybe you ban away the Azir just so Rookie doesn't have it.
Yeah, because I was thinking something like the casting that we discussed earlier on, but it's about what you're willing to take that casting into, right? And Azir, definitely a champion that you don't want to be up against in that mid lane. But then there's also the Orianna for Rookie. Whether it's meta or not, he can always take that and will dismantle something like a casting in the early game.
I could see something like Syndra being banned away, maybe from AL's side. I think it's an okay ban for both sides, to be honest with you. I think Syndra does a really good job at shutting down something like Zerayu with the Scatter the Weeks, but also the short range of Lucian can also mean that he puts himself at a pretty big threat. And the Akali ban, in my head, half signals that. So yeah, there you go. There's the Syndra ban. And now for top esports, I think one of the options really... You mentioned the Orianna. It's not terrible here, to be honest with you. I think for Rookie, he'd be pretty happy to pilot in this particular angle. What else is there? Victor, maybe, but I don't see too much Victor these days. I think
Blind Renekton.
Blind Renekton. Oh, maybe Blind Cassante. This would be a pretty big Giga Chat throw back into ZDZ's face, considering how the matchup went the last time. So he will take it. So let's see what ZDZ's answer is into the Cassante. Oh, is it going to be a Renekton? No way.
Go for the Olaf, CDZ. You have to go for the Olaf at this point.
G-check him, man. Just do it. Just lock the Olaf
It's a
in.
matter of pride.
It is a matter of pride. And I feel like if you don't do it, you kind of lose the mental war. But, I mean, you know, Renekton, Sejuani, great lockdown between the two champions, of course. If we're going to be a little bit more serious, it does make a whole bunch of sense. And that will be what goes through likely for ZDC, unless Harder fancies that as a blind and we get something a little bit more flexible on this B5 for AL. Would be pretty niche to see, but I can't really think of any picks that are still up that you could put between mid and top. And I feel like AL definitely need a little bit of magic damage to change up the profile of the damage from the composition. And Ari seems like it will be the option of choice. There's not too much up and available. Blind LeBlanc. That would be pretty interesting, especially into someone like Rookie, who
it's locked in.
You'd have to imagine would happily take a very safe control mage, like
like
what?
a Caston, for
like
example.
a Caston, for example, which happens to be available against a duo which, you know, pre-6 can definitely do a lot of damage to him, but after that, you'll find not too much success. I think something like Lissandra would give them a lot more proactivity, would be cool, but we're actually going to get a Victor out of Rookie. So definitely a pretty strong pick here, in my opinion. A lot of short-range damage dealers on AL means that he's not going to be short on targets to just completely empty out his kit onto. He's going to be more than fine dealing a lot of damage. Strong front line, strong engage, a lot of disengage as well from top esports. I like their composition, and AL, a lot more aggressiveness. This is the kind of agency I wanted to see out of them in game number 1. To be honest with you, you can't match the sheer skill and prowess of these top esports laners. Just try and take to them, get them off kilter, and I think they've definitely gotten a correct read on this series and trying to, at the very least, make this a difficult game too for top esports to try and top it.
Yeah, I like that they're bringing some aggression to the table. I want to see AL now bring in proactivity, right? We need to see them actually follow up on the Rift and use these more aggressive picks to their favor. But certainly in terms of scaling, you have to give it to top esports. It's a question of whether or not AL can deny that scaling, can find the advantages earlier on, start to stack those neutral objectives and find a win that way. It's going to be a question on AL's shoulders here, as top esports sitting pretty at 1-0 and certainly a favorite for the series. I think that goes without saying. But I want to see Bay and Sword popping off here. I want to see this bot lane duo showing up once again. The Flash Wolves reunion needs to come up big.
I want to see a lot of things too. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if popping off from Sword Art and Bay could be here in this game. We'll see. They've got a good matchup for it at the very least. So I think with that in mind, a lot of agency across the board, right? Top lane matchup should be Renekton favored in terms of priority. The mid lane as well. Of course, there should be a lot of pressure onto Rookie from the LeBlanc side of the matchup. We'll see what they can get done with a much more aggressive team composition, whereas for Top Esports, a lot more of the same, as I believe that's the new blue skin. Oh, cool. Not sure when it releases. If it's out already, it might already be out.
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that.
That's secret.
That is a secret.
Not the most coordinated gyos I've ever heard.
No.
A bit of all over the place, but good to have the gyos back. Because we've been doing remote, it's been difficult for us to have those gyos in our ears, to be able to hear them on broadcast, etc., etc. We're getting to a more, we've been doing remote. This is the 3rd year now. Like, we're getting okay at this now. We're figuring it out.
I'll take it. It's my first year here, and I'm getting gyos on my first year. So
technically second, you did some guest casts.
Yeah, I did some guest casts, yeah. Semantics. Multiple semantics.
Yeah.
First full year. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. First year, full-time LPL caster, your boy Jamada. And well-deserved as well. Well-deserved. Excited to have you on the team, man. As here we go. Jackie Love and Mark trying to trade up against Betty and Sword Art. And again, it's after a couple of levels that this Lucian army will really start to come online. Sword Art getting max value on the ebb and flow there.
Oh, yeah. Some meaty value on that heal. And TN will be pathing down to the bottom side, and so will Xiaohao. So he's not okay. Yeah, that
Okay.
Rookie winning the matchup at level 1, no problem. That's a really nice trade back from Harder, in all seriousness. So all of a sudden that health trade not as one-sided for Rookie, as that's a very early exhaust.
It is, isn't it? And that means that Betty now has a lot of freedom in the bottom side with that exhaust on cooldown from Mark. Perhaps a little overzealous on that.
Definitely, because you bring the cleanse to get rid of the exhaust, right? So now, all of a sudden, you're just kind of up on Summon the Spell. Not going to feel too pressed about it. You can use the cleanse basically for anything you feel like you need to now besides the exhaust, or you just hold on to it. And with that trade going the way it did draw the attention of Xiaohao very briefly. Mark's going to feel okay about taking that damage, to be honest with you. And just sit inside of Jackie Love and just slowly passively heal back up, as Tien did pop the plant. So I'm pretty sure AO have an idea that Tien could be here. And there are a couple of pings on the way, so...
Rookie has priority and Harder has no HP to work with whatsoever, so it's kind of difficult for Xiaohao, but I think...
Clean reset.
Top Esports decided this isn't worth it for the time being. TP available for Harder, even once this wave crashes.
Tien.
Oh,
it's Q interrupted.
This one, Chief. Yeah, Q interrupted. Flash is over, immediately chased down, and Betty should find a kill here. Taken by Sword Art and answered as Jackie Love gets one onto Xiaohao. Betty flashed over the wall to be here and will be taken down. Double kill for Jackie Love, who's staying a little bit longer than he should. The flash, the heal comes on through. Jackie Love's still alive for the time being. The damage comes out, and Jackie with a triple.
The reaction time on Jackie Love to flash that distortion combo from Harder was sick, and he secures himself a triple kill off the back of it. Tien, I'm not gonna lie, brother, it was a bit of a brother move to try and get onto that red buff, but hey, you know what? The donations end up falling in Jackie Love's back pocket. It's only his life that gets paid for with this play. Q interrupted by another Q of Xiaohao, forces the flash out. Flash is a bit late, but as you can see, the flash dash commit from Betty means that he's in until that relentless pursuit cooldown comes back up. Jackie Love secures the first kill. Betty has nowhere to go. The healing can't come through in time again from Sword Art. And Jackie Love, look at the reaction time on that. Flash heal from Mark also comes through. Excellent stuff. Secures himself a triple kill. 3 kills to start off. And that Zeri Yumi lane is not how you want to get things going as AL when you are on and up with Nami Lucian and you are trying to get ahead in the early stages.
Yeah. I mean, you can criticize Jackie Love for his inconsistency. You can criticize him for his decision-making sometimes, but you really cannot criticize his mechanics. He is absolutely on point. Those reactions are insane. Managing to survive against Harder there, and now already a huge advantage. 5 minutes in, and we're over 1,000 gold in favor of Top Esports as Tien was toying with the idea of going back towards that red buff. It's not even there anymore. But he will return to his own side of the jungle. Rookie is on double the CS of Harder currently. This is brutal.
So I don't want to say outright that this rookie guy might be good at League of Legends. However, he
I think
might
you could
be
go for
quite
it.
good. He already has his E evolution.
He already has ults. Yes, he just starts destroying harder.
He got
My
3
God.
assists, so he just has his E evolution super early on. Ramifications of that skirmish.
Yeah, this is just nuts.
God.
I mean, what do you do as harder here? He doesn't have TP, so he has to reset. We'll just lose even more minions. Jackie could be in trouble. Betty cleanses the exhaust, and now an all-in on the top side as well. Qingtian will be able to dash away, keep himself safe.
I'm going to be honest, you've got to be careful in moments like that from ZDZ because Qingtian could have very easily flashed behind ZDZ and brought him underneath the tower,
Yeah.
even with the all-out as well. So even that, despite, you know, popping the ultimate and getting a fair chunk out of his opponent, that brings a lot of risk against a champion like Asante in the earliest of stages.
Well, here we go. Jackie surfing his way to lane. Very nice, very nice. 3-0, already has new quiver and boots. Very good stuff. In the mid lane, we're still on double CS basically for Rookie as he's got his boots as well as a Dark Seal there. He's feeling good. He'll be able to survive the burst that Harder's bringing to the table, which is basically the only advantage that Harder can have in that lane. It's not ideal
No.
for anyone's legend.
If they thought it was going to be difficult to lock Rookie down, it's gone even harder by the fact that Rookie, despite being ahead, hasn't even opted into more damage. He's just simply gone Merc Treads. So all of the potential lockdown from Xiaohao and Harder, even if it does connect, it's not going to last that long.
Yeah. It's going to be tough to lock Rookie down, that is for sure. You can see healing reduction already coming on through for TN here. Going towards that Kenpung Chainsword as the first item.
Something we've seen
well.
a lot from Vine. Not sure how much I enjoy it, but the overall build is fine. It's just, I don't know, the item, I don't think it's as stat efficient as it used to be, even now.
Yeah. Well, TN obviously thinks so. That's what we saw earlier today as well. The Kenpung Chainsword first item does seem to be the favorite in LPL right now. Jackie Love could be in trouble. Xiaohao waiting in the wings. Betty going to start the play off. Good bit of damage onto Jackie Love, but out of cooldowns now, and here comes Vi. Tian won't pull the trigger, just going to go for the Drake instead.
Yep, has Rookie on the first move, as I think he's going to have for the rest of the laning phase. And that just fizzes out the plate for AL. Of course, always a nice amount of burst coming out of the Nami Lucian from Betty and Sword Art, but unfortunately it just doesn't really amount to too much. And you can see, I'll be honest, Qingtian is having a pretty okay time up here anytime he pans to the top side. To be totally honest with you, AL,
Yeah.
you know what we said, from game number 1 to 2, needed more aggressive options. They found them in the draft, and they've just not found the opportunities enough times to really capitalize on top of esports. And right now they are cruising.
For a bruising.
Yeah, well, anyone's legend are cruising for a bruising, that's for sure. Top esports cruising to what could be a very, very quick day for all of us here. Not just for them.
Yeah. Could be a quick day for Xiaohao here as he walks towards Tien. I don't know if that's a 1v1 he can win. He's 20 CS down currently. It's a comparable CS difference to the mid lane at this point. As Qingtian just continues to find those grass procs in these extended trades. Ward is there on the Herald. Tien nearby. I don't know if AL can commit to this, honestly. Look at this. Jackie Love and Mark already moving.
Yeah, I was going to talk about Qingtian's health bar, but I mean, the bigger deal is if Jackie Love and Mark have first move up here, then this is definitely not a fight that they're going to be able to take. Betty and Sword are committing to staying in the bottom side of the map. It should just be their Herald.
Yeah, Xiaohao could smite if they commit to this, yeah, but it's going to back away. There we go. Tien gets the Herald. And that fell. I don't know. Oh my god, he does no damage.
Yep,
he just got his full combo off. Obviously Sans ultimate, but it was like, what, a fifth maybe of Rookie's health, if that? That's gotta hurt.
And it was just a QE, but even then, normally the QE connection kind of hits like a truck before the distortion.
Yeah.
So, I'll be feeling kind of sad about that. Rookie going towards Everfrost? No, it can still go Ludens, but still, very happy.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Jintian just going to be pushing
Oh.
up in this top side. Goes for the ultimate. Pulls ZDZ in. Tien decides not to follow up with his own ultimate here. Just going to be trying to shove this wave in.
Right?
ZDZ tries to stop the recall. I mean, he did manage to stop the recall. They don't have the damage to finish him off. There we go. Tien finally getting that kill. Obviously trying to bait them in there. Harder will clear the wave off, but yeah, that was a weird play.
That was a very, very strange play. Not sure even how to break that one down. ZDZ, I guess, just wanted Tien to come and commit underneath the tower. And he definitely got that, but to what cost? Really, as Jackie Love.
Ooh.
Well, he's playing against Nami Lucian. He's going to be back to full HP in like 30 seconds time. Yumi will do her thing.
I'm surprised there was no culling there from Betty, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, this is an attempt to kill.
It's one of those things where, of course, the Zeri ultimate cancels channels, interrupts them. So you are too close, like you were just then from Betty's side. Quite annoying. But that's what I was talking about. The drag back potential of Sante quite high. See, dash into W into R, and if you had Q3, you could have chained it quite nicely. So of course we saw ZDZ step up. CC's layered probably as well as it could be. They just don't get the damage to kill ZDZ before they can die underneath the tower.
I wonder if that's a call from Harder to say, hey, try and bait them under, I have TP, but just not quite communicating as effectively as they need to and not there in time for the play. Not sure.
Hard to know. Hard to know. But both these top laners, very much just back and forth. Bruiser in it up. ZDZ doesn't have that Gordon cut just yet, which he's building towards. Jingtian does have the Frozen Fist, so...
Isn't it funny, Jamada, that, like, we're in two totally different games here, right? Where the composition is totally different from top esports. But regardless, game number 1, Rookie has 3 kills at 8 minutes. Game number 2, it's Jackie Love with 3 kills at 8 minutes. Like, you can change the way that you go about it, you can change the composition, but ultimately, top esports still just absolutely smurfing here. It's a 2,000 gold lead, or about 1,500 gold lead. But it'll be increased ever so slightly because the Herald is about to slam down in this mid lane.
Rookie and Jackie Love, brothers in arms, not to be outdone by each other. So Jackie Love, of course, has to match Rookie in the 3-kill department. Let's see how well he does. Maybe he gets an MVP for game number 2. Maybe that's the angle. But that Herald did charge in, did get a couple of plates. Even Jingtian will pick himself up a plate up here as well. So, all good. Across the board. AL, I don't know, AL just needs to find something to do, but right now it's just been so limited.
Yeah, Drake's up, so top esports should have priority to go for that one. The one thing I will say is AL have had priority in the bottom side, right? So maybe there's a way in there, but with Betty just back off of a reset, it's kind of difficult. Jekyll moves on over. We could have a fight for this, honestly. It feels like AL don't want to let this go.
Like, have enough going forward that it could be good. Ultimate from Sedge, ultimate from Nami. They're definitely eyeing it up, and they're on the dragon together.
Here we go, 50-50. It's taken by AL and a kill for Betty as well. Jackie Love diving into the back of the pit, looking for Shao out here. He's gone too deep and flashes over the wall. Trying to chain that lightning as Rookie getting hit up here by Harder a little bit. Could be in trouble at this point, but Jackie Love moves in to try and help his teammate out. It's 1-0 with a Drake for AL currently, and if they could just walk away, it's a one play for them. But here's a TP from Jingtian behind enemy lines. Wants to try and find flank, but won't be able to do so.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just doesn't have the angle. Teleport quite late to the exchange. If he teleports on that wave whilst AL are actually advancing originally on the dragon, that's very scary. I'm not sure whether or not he had teleport at the very start. I wasn't quite tracking that, unfortunately. But play fizzles. AL get themselves a dragon, a kill, and maybe even a majority of that tower, if not all of it, on ZDZ's side. And you'll see how that secures the dragon. 900. I can't remember whether they've got that first evolution. I'm pretty sure they do at this point. As, yeah, unfortunately, Tien just gets blown up from the top esports perspective. And the disengage, quite nice. You can see a lot of damage coming out from Rookie already. And AL kind of just have to run for the hills. Seems like, I think Jintian just wanted a reset before he got that teleport in.
Yeah.
So, kind
Tough
of
one.
unfortunate.
Tough one for top esports, but good news for AL as they get themselves a Drake. Still down in gold, but at least they got a pick. And that'll certainly boost morale, which I think is a much needed thing at this point in the game, because it has been a rough series for AL. But look at Betty now with his Gale Force already finished. A serrated Dirk there, getting close to a collector by the looks of things. He's feeling strong. And with the mandate finish for Sword Art as well, it's looking very possible that perhaps Betty could have the game that he's been looking for, step up in this duo and find some advantages for his team.
Yeah, I mean, really seeing some of the burst he's got available to him into Jackie Love in the lane. And Gale Force Dirk is that big mid-game spike when you've got Mandate, right? That's when you kind of dash in, ebb and flow, get the E on top of you, and you can really put some hurt down unexpectedly. This is a fight.
Yeah, there's big damage onto Xiao Hao. He can't move. Will ult over the wall here. Betty trying to 1v1 Jagalov, but there's a kitty on his shoulder. And here comes Harder off from the side. ZDZ in the middle of everything as well, but the solo laners just don't really have the damage. ZDZ taking down Sword Art has to flash, but Rookie flashes right after him. Stun doesn't land, but it won't matter. Rookie box Sword Art on the head and charges towards the mid-tier 2.
Unfortunately for AL, even though the counter engage is great, the unfortunate thing is they dump all their damage into Tien, and it's Rookie and Jackie Love who pretty much just go the entire fight more or less untouched. Jackie Love even has the opportunity to dash forward over the wall and find a couple of execution kills. Really nice stuff. We'll get a look at it again as you just see Tien kind of goes over the wall, maybe looking for vision, has the backup of Tien behind him, so he just gets really confident as lockdown comes in. Sejuani forced to flash away. You can see Jackie Love very, very happy to move forward as ZDZ gets involved in the fold in the backside. He's the one that gets Tien low. You can see Harder flashes over the wall and just finds that kill. But again, Jackie Love, Rookie, under no threat throughout the entirety of this fight. And it just means they are dumping their damage wherever they feel very happy to. And again, Rookie on a Victor, which was already very strong in this game against pretty much a very short-range composition where he's always going to have access to targets to hit pretty much. There's not really much AL can do about that.
And this is the point where top esports always turn it on, right? You see them really speed things up in the mid-game and just start to decimate. And the fact that, like you say, Jackie Love not under significant threat there, he actually went for a 1v1 with Betty. He went over that wall, dived into the backline, and if the Zeri is comfortable 1v1ing the Lucian at this point in the game, that is terrifying for anyone's Legend, because this matchup doesn't get better the later in the game you get.
No, not inherently. Of course, what Nami Lucian offers is always just that surprise burst, right? So, see if AO can leverage it. So far, outside of lane, they haven't really been able to. Jackie Love had so much freedom in that fight. 2 items now. 2 items, to be fair, on Betty as well. Collector is definitely going to buff up that damage just a touch. Just give him that little bit of extra oomph on those dashes forward and see whether or not he can maybe try and make Rookie and Jackie Love feel a little bit more uncomfortable in some of these team fights. But for now, it's really been all about the front line and finding engages like this.
Tien just turns it around straight onto Bey. No, Bey's the one that gets blown up. Jackie Love just has too much damage to Tien. Even walks away with his life, and you just can't escape. The Zeri skating forwards, chaining the lightning. Xiao Hao in trouble. One more hit, and Jackie Love gets it. ZDZ trying to escape. The blast cone is there, but will it even get him out? Because Jackie Love is a player that would go into a base. Won't do it for now. Him and Mark backing away. Harder in the mid lane, but there's nothing he can do.
Zeri Yumi Gaming. That's all I can say about that. And again, it just felt like AL targeting Tien. They're not targeting those high-value targets like Jackie Love. Rookie, of course, wasn't actually here for that exchange. He was down on the bottom side, I believe, or just coming out of a reset. There you go. On to Tien. Just don't have the burst damage, and they immediately turn it back around. Jackie Love able to offer a lot of burst damage, and sure, Xiao Hao is trying to make Jackie Love feel uncomfortable, but it just doesn't really matter. Tien is able to walk out, actually give Mark back to Jackie Love, and the chase down is on. Simple as that. Xiao Hao, an unfortunate victim of the play by the end of it, and honestly, I could very easily see Jackie Love dashing over that wall into
I would
the
love
base.
to see it.
It would have been very on brand. Very, very on brand.
Indeed it would. Here we go, though. Baron officially on the cards. And, you know, we talked about it in the first series of the day. It was like, oh, Baron's up, but I don't think either team's in a position to go for Baron. Top esports are always in a position to go for the Baron. Even when they're not in a position to go for Baron, they're in a position to go for Baron. So you always have to keep an eye on that.
Always. Let's see if AL can maybe make something happen, though. And they still have engages. They just have to not hit TN, who they almost did again. So it's like TN's got a bit of a mind control on anyone's range right now. It's like just a global taunt. It's playing Teemo jungle.
Yeah, he's hard to kill, especially with that Yuumi on his shoulder. Jackie-Love, if you're hitting TN, Jackie-Love is going to win the fight. Single-handedly will just destroy everyone. TN now trying to find a flank on people, but everybody from AL backed away. Harder is in the top lane. I think they can just dive this, honestly. If Harder gets found, there he is. Xiaohao trying to protect his laner. Might just be Herald charging onto the tower here, but it might be a fight on top of it as well. As TN trying to make sure that the Herald does land. There's a root, there's a knock-up onto Harder as well. Forces him away. Tidal Wave goes wide as the TP's in. ZDZ joins the fray, but look at Cassante in the meantime taking towers. Top esports forcing the TP out with Baron on the map. That is massive.
Huge play from TES. Putting a lot of pressure on AL to just make these big macro mistakes, really. They felt like TES were going to commit to that fight, but they were very half-hearted about it. In terms of the overall engage itself, very full-hearted about what they actually wanted to achieve out of that, which was very much the tower.
Yeah. And in response, Jing Tian gets a tower and a half, right? Got that tier 1 tower, and then halfway through the tier 2 as well. He's going to go for a reset. Has his teleport available. Harder does have TP, so at least there's a solo laner that can answer the bottom lane. Rookie's waiting in the wings. ZDZ trying to move over, but Xiaohao forced to flash. Another summoner burnt.
If they wanted to, they could very happily actually try and start this Baron up, but I think they're going to wait for Jackie-Love to have an Infinity Edge. He's that far ahead. We're talking about hitting that third item. 23 minutes in almost. He's got a pickaxe, so he's about 1,200, 1,300 gold away.
Okay. Bit of vision control for AL. They clear the wards. They don't have the greatest scaling in the world, it has to be said. And we are, I mean, we're only 23 minutes in. We're not really at the point where it's like, you know, super late game scaling.
That LeBlanc, Renekton, Lucian Nami doesn't scale well?
I mean, I don't want to be bearing bad news, Jamal.
I mean, comically, this is something that I did ask for. I did ask for a little more aggression. Yeah. And they did provide it from the draft. They've just not been able to find anyone whose name isn't TN. More than not, as kind of seen by the scoreboard at the bottom. He has been the recipient of 3 out of 4 of the deaths. And hell, he could have actually been all 4. It was just at the time, the top lane where Jing Tian was the one that tanked up tower instead of him. So yeah, AL just not been able to find Rookie, not been able to find Jackie-Love. Those are the damage dealers that you need to lock down. Frankly, they just haven't been able to do that from minute 1.
Does feel like it's a bit of a hand stiff so far in this series, which is the nature of it when you're against one of the best teams, not only in the league but in the world. You expect this to be a team that's going to be difficult to beat. And into the Baron pit go top esports, complete control. 40 seconds until that Drake comes up. Rookie just getting some poke out, doing what damage he can before the fight kicks off. Has his stun available, and it makes it impossible for them to move in. Jing tanks the stun as Harder gets knocked up, CC'd up, and taken out. Another pick for top esports as ZDZ chased out of the play as well. Xiaohao all the way around, wants to find himself a steal. Look at the damage done in this fight. Rookie, like 4 times anyone else in the game except for Jackie-Love. Swordart the next target, a great flash from TN, but it's answered by a flash from Swordart himself. No more picks on this one just yet, but ZDZ could be the next target. Jumps on into everyone. You know, it looks good. He flailed around, but it didn't really achieve all too much. Oh,
my
Jintian
God.
flashing forwards. Betty getting eradicated.
When Cassante, he's been very quiet this game, Jing Tian, all things considered, but he's at the peak of his power right now. Especially with a Yuumi on his back. Look how much mobility and damage he's got. It's nasty. In that all-out form.
That was disgusting. With a Yuumi, Cassante is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. That'll be Drake for Top Esports. 13-4 on the scoreboard. It's a 6,000 gold lead. And it's Top Esports feeling comfortable, looking good on the Rift.
Indeed, and that's what we want to see out. Top Esports in their opening series of the year. Want to get a bit of a taste test on how they'll look with Rookie in the mid lane. I'd say more malicious so far. AL, and they have to poke their head in after Harder drops again. Unfortunately, ZDZ, it looks good, flash in. Looks for the Gordon for double hill, but he just gets knocked around.
He obviously thought Betty was going to go in with him or something, but
it had to be something like that. But Betty, unfortunately, did not have the facilities for
he
that.
was sorely mistaken.
Oh yes, he was. And well, they didn't take down the Baron the last time, so it's still the map.
Yeah,
And now
CDZ's
Jack
bot does have TP.
has an Infinity Edge, yeah. And the teleport's available, it will come in, but they're hitting Tien again, Munch. This time they might kill him.
Well, they've got the damage this time, and here we go. The response comes on through. ZDZ's down. It's a double kill coming through for Betty, but Jackie Love wants to answer in kind. 2 for 1, and Xing Tian charging forwards. It's the 3 laners from Top Esports remaining. The support network has been dismantled.
All right. Anyone's legend. They stall out the game with that pick. This time, catching Tien works. He wasn't actually able to cast his ult, get any CC off. He had a stopwatch, and he still managed to die. So that shows how much CC was just thrown at his face. Couldn't move at all. AL hoping Rookie moves
Yeah, this is
forward onto the next
optimistic.
wave.
This is extremely optimistic.
Yeah, this is, glass overflowing levels of optimistic.
Yeah, tough one.
Rookie will not take that bait.
No, he certainly will not. And Xing Tian going to be clearing in the bottom side as well. Just getting the lanes under control before we rinse and repeat. Let's take another look at what happened here, because Tian trying to finish the ward, just CC'd up and taken down. But then the rest of the fight got a bit chaotic.
He had one brief window where he could have stopwatched, and I'm not actually sure what clipped Mark there, even on the replay, to stop him from reattaching so quickly.
I think he basically just got one shot.
He could have just gone one shot. It's very much a Yumi thing to do.
I bet he just unloaded on him, but not sure, not sure. Xiao Hao on the front line here, has to be. It's the only option for them. Jackie Love dodges the stun there. Dodge being the kind word for what just happened as the roots come on through. Betty CC'd up and will actually dash away with his life. Jackie Love has to flash away from ZDC, who's locked up on the front line here. Gets the Gore Drinker healing, but is it enough to keep him alive? The minions blocking shots, but Harder will go down as well, surely? Jumps back to his clone. Can he survive? No. Taken down in the end. A valiant effort from Harder, but ultimately 2 kills onto the solo laners, and you gotta believe Top Esports to do it, Baron.
Oh yeah, definitely gonna be the case here. They've been trying for the last 5 minutes since it's been up, but I think with both the solo laners of AL dead, they'll finally find a successful takedown. Baron is gonna overlap onto that Ocean Soul spawning up, and hell, if they don't end the game with Baron, I think they'll just very happily take the Ocean Soul. Xiao Hao, miracle stuff, but now you don't have Q, so without flash, I think you're getting into the pit, brother. There goes
Yeah,
Baron.
I am.
Not happening at all. Top Esports firm control in this game. I really love the team fight in the mid lane.
And you have to remember as well, even though this is before Chinese New Year, this is still Top Esports' first game of the season after you have to assume a sizable investment in Rookie. Like, you want to have a good performance, and good little dive onto Betty. I'm amazed that Betty actually survived that, honestly, but even still, they just win the front to back.
Yeah, wins run the back at this point. They're so far ahead. DBZ drops. Surprised Harder made it as far as he did. I'm not sure he had to. No, I think Tien would have reached him. Got very cut. So, goes down. Mark gets his one and likely only kill of this game. However, he's got 14 assists, so he's pretty happy. All in all, Top Esports with the Baron. Just looking for somewhere to siege. Looks like they're gonna lay their attention down towards the bottom side until that dragon spawns up. Try and bring AL to contest the Ocean Dragon. Which, to be fair, I think you just give over if you're AL. Just hope that some kind of mistake happens on TS's end, but I don't think it's going to occur. And Rookie, yet again, showing his game sense. spotting out Xiaohao in that brush.
I mean, the thing is, it doesn't get better. I feel
No,
like
it just doesn't.
you just got to go for a miracle all in, try and find a pick on someone and hope that you can win the game. And here we are with the miracle all in. It's on to Tien, but he survives. Betty walking away to Chaos Storm almost fishes him alone. As Rookie is 1v3 and ZDZ trying to escape, but will just get chunked out by Jackie.
no.
Finished off. Wait a second, that's 2 and looking for more as well, but Rookie takes it in the end. No Pentas today as Harder is taken down for the triple. Jackie Love all over this game at 11-0 and 6. Rookie was MVP in game number 1. And Jackie Love says, anything you can do, I can do better. Both of them with 3 kills by 8 minutes in their respective games. And both of them dominating anyone's legend in top esports debut game of the LPL year.
Probably Love. I'm sure Jackie Love will be equaling that MVP from Rookie in this game number 2 performance. And about as business as usual as we'd expect out of top esports, especially now with Rookie added to this lineup. We look stronger than ever. AL will be going to the Chinese New Year 0-2. Still looking to find some kind of identity. Definitely a very tough run of games. IG don't look too bad, right? But TES, of course, we always expect to be coming top 3, top 4 at the absolute bare minimum. Definitely showing their might with that performance.
Yeah, proving that they are going to be a contender. The question will be about consistency, right? The question will be, how do they perform against the other top teams? Anyone's Legend, you know, a team that we're hoping to see good things from this year, but I don't think anyone is placing them in their top 4 in power rankings right now. You know, this is a team with a lot of improvement ahead of them. So top esports, you know, first hurdle jumped, but the hurdles are only going to get higher. And they're only going to be running faster. They need to make sure that the form stays on point. But I will say for top esports, a solid set of games, right? Nothing crazy. Nobody doing ridiculous things, like fairly safe League of Legends.
Yeah, no one doing crazy things yet. That's the caveat. But again, maybe Rookie does bring everyone back down to earth on that front. There's a legitimate thing that could happen here, albeit we saw IG 2018. They were pretty crazy back then, so maybe we get some of that energy here. But yeah, very exciting, of course, to see this level of performance come out from top esports. Yes, not against one of the other true top contenders in the league, but to the very least see that they are here to play and they are firing on all cylinders, even against a team like AL, is nothing short of exciting.
And the fact that Knights left and Rookies come in, and you can't tell that this is a new player to the team. You cannot tell that this is a new squad. Although, obviously, 4 players of the squad still remaining. Like, the change in mid lane does not feel noticeable for this team, which is kind of insane. Not saying that Rookie's not doing a good job, just like the synergy, I mean, is, you know, it already feels like it's there. Obviously, previously played with Jackie Love, but even still, fantastic stuff to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, the sky is the limit for top esports. Plain and simple. They can only really go up, should be the trajectory of this lineup. And, you know, if summer's anything to go by, the floor is second place. So we'll see how they get on, because this roster can only bring us more fun and more hysterical laughs, I'm sure, when we eventually do see Jackie Love go forward a little bit too far at least once.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, there's no way that he doesn't, right? There's no way. I mean, most AD carries do at some point. Mispositioning happens, but Jackie Love, you know, has a habit. He has a habit for it. Still top in the damage numbers, though. And, you know, a fantastic scoreline by the end of that one. Really, really well played by him. And we'll see if he can keep that up across the course of the split. Mark, really good kill participation as well.
Yeah, Mark had a really solid game. I think it would be really funny if Mark got MVP, just because it would mean Jackie Love didn't get one whilst Ricky did. And I know they'll poke fun at each other for that. But yeah, really, really solid from the bottom lane of TES in this game. And of course, Ricky, I mean, even individually, you know, you might not have the strict, you know, 10-0 score to back it up, was an absolute monster in the early stages, and was something that AL couldn't really contend with. And on the front from AL, I think the adaptation from game 1 to game number 2 was definitely the correct call. I think unfortunately a lot of their engagers just ended up falling onto Tien, who's not really the target you had to find there. It had to be the likes of Rookie, or it had to be Jackie Love.
Yeah. Speaking of Jackie Love, he's standing by for an interview, so I'm going to pass it over.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Jackie Love from Top Esports. So congratulations on the first win, and also you got the MVP for Game 2. So let's start our interview with a Game 2. In Game 2, Zeri got the triple kill from the 4th minutes, and around there, it feels like both teams have some agenda around the lower half of the map, especially around the bowling. But you were able to get 3 kills. So what's your focus around there? 那首先恭喜你获得本场比赛的胜利，而且第2局阿水是拿到了 MVP 嘛。那说到第2局，就不得不提到你开局的一个泽力的3杀。其实当时感觉到双方好像都对下半区，特别是下路是有做一些小小的蹲伏的。然后但是呢，你却以3杀到手，所以说能问一下当时你们的一些关注的重点和处理是怎样的？
当时我们说的是，就是打野想去反对面野区，但是我们下路是被推的嘛。然后对面追击的时候追到了一个不太好的位置，然后刚好是我们队友过去也创造好了比较好的机会嘛，然后就给我收割了。因为整体来说也算是怎么说呢，对面给的机会吧。
Around there, our jungler Tian, he would like to just make some invention around the opponent's lower half of the map, and also our bot lane has been pushed a bit, but I feel the opponent's team, they just made some mistakes, they just chase us too much, and around there, the opponent's team, they just made some mistakes, and we just got that opportunity, and also with the help of my teammates, I was able to get all the 3 kills in my pocket. So generally, I would like to say, we just punish them with their mistakes, and also including me, there's so many people. We're very glad to see you and Rookie play again in the same team with your gorgeous cooperations. So tell us, what did you feel about playing with Rookie again on LPL? 那其实也包括我有非常多的粉丝朋友们，大家都非常开心能够看到你和 Rookie 能够再一次在同队竞技嘛，然后展现出你们绝佳的配合。所以说，再次和 Rookie 哥在一个队伍打比赛，有什么特别的感觉吗？
因为就是以前一起打的时候，也算是就是我跟他也是就最熟的嘛，而且我觉得就是他的技术就一直保持得很好。我跟他的话就是他觉得他在哪里都能发挥出就是很好的技术。觉得跟他打的话，可能就跟以前一样嘛，就是轻松，然后就他什么也会，所以说也比较简单。
I must say, previously, Rookie and I, two of us, are the closest friends. And Rookie can always maintain a very high level of ability on LPL. And definitely, he's a well-rounded player. He can play so well no matter where he is. So coming to Top Esports together with him, we feel like the two of us can play really good. And also, I can feel very relaxed because Rookie, he can just do everything. And definitely, you and Rookie, both of you are super good players. And yesterday was your 5th anniversary of LPL debut, and you have played on this stage over 5 years, and you have left countless highlights for us. So how would you comment on your growth or the changes in the playstyle or mentality through these 5 years? 那其实昨天也是我们阿水在 LPL 出道5周年的纪念日，你在这个舞台上已经发光发热5年，而且为我们留下非常多的高光。所以说，你可能觉得自己有哪些的成长，或者这5年当中有什么打法或者心理上的转变吗？
其实感觉就昨天才知道，其实才打了5年，就是感觉自己打的也蛮久的吧，然后可能打的也比较多。就是说这几年的话，可能。就是也是就越来越成熟了，就是也不会像以前一样，就打着打着就会上头，现在会好不少。
To be honest, yesterday I just realized, oh, I just played 5 years because I feel like I played on this stage for such a long time. And in terms of my changes or growth, I feel like I'm more mature now because previously maybe my playstyle can be too aggressively sometimes, but now I can play more meticulously. And also my last question is the next matchup of Top Esports and also the last LPL matchup before the Chinese New Year will be the head-to-head match between Top Esports and WBG. So tell us more about your expectation of facing against Sashai, your old friend. 那下一场比赛，同时呢，也是我们 LPL 在春节之前最后一场比赛，也是你们和 WBG 的一个对决嘛。所以说，也和我们分享一下，在下一场比赛面对到帅哥有什么自己的期待吗？
希望两边都打好吧，然后春节最后一场就是让大家看得饱，然后过个好年。
Because it's the last matchup before the Chinese New Year, I really hope both teams we can show you guys a very good matchup, a very good series, and after that we can have a very happy Chinese New Year. And thank you for the sharing and best of luck for the next matchup. 再次恭喜你们，下场加油 ！And back to you guys, bye bye.
That'd be such a banger when it's Weibo versus Top Esports. I can't believe that's so early in the season when it feels like such an important game for this season. That'll certainly be one that you've got to keep your eyes out for. But Jagular, I mean, fantastic performance today. Great to hear from him and talking about how, you know, he's feeling more mature, feeling like he's growing up a little bit, not just crazy aggression anymore, more calculated aggression.
Yeah, and I think definitely showed, even in this game, right? Like, I feel like there are a couple of times in this game where he went forward, but Jackie Love of old would have gone forward at a slightly different angle, which probably would have gotten him killed. I think that the key word that Wendy used in that interview there, meticulous, coming out of Jackie Love's mouth, definitely the case from himself. I feel like a lot more calculated, a lot more measured from his aggression, and yeah, excited that he's become self-aware. He's recognized that this is one of the few things that really held him down on occasion, and he's evolved, he's worked on it. And I definitely feel like in this game, this is kind of a pretty good case study for it too, right? I feel like Anyone's Legends, their target selection on some of the engages wasn't really always top-notch, and it gave Jackie Love that ability and that platform to step forward aggressively, yes, but not over-aggressively like we would have seen in years prior and splits prior. So super excited to see his growth, and of course, MVP here for this game number 2 and their first series win.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Top Esports. Another solid win here with a 2-0 in the end. And, you know, I will say AM looked slightly better in game number 2. They definitely brought it to Top Esports a little bit more. But again, it kind of like with the EDG series earlier, we saw 2 different styles coming out from them, winning 2 different ways. I feel like it's the same for Top Esports here, where we saw 2 quite different compositions, but still managing to find those wins regardless. So really good to see a solid start to the year for Top Esports, a solid start to the year for EDG. And it does feel like the big names in the LPL are still very much the big names in the LPL.
Yeah, very much so. And it only really sets us up for excitement to come when we start to see some of the other still yet to play big teams as well that are left to come forward. It should be a very exciting spring split. And don't forget as well, with all of these strong teams, MSI, the format changes, we're sending 2 teams to the tournament. So we're going to have very strong teams that are going to be very happy to try and compete with each other for those spaces.
Yeah, like you say, 3 big names still remaining that have yet to play: LNG, Weibo, and of course, everyone's favorite, Thunder Talk Gaming. Let's take a look at our results as we round our day out here at the start of week number 2. It was 2-2-0s as we had an old school rivalry in WE versus EDG. EDG taking that one 2-0 in the end, looking clean doing it as well. And then our second series, we've just witnessed Top Esports dismantling Anyone's Legend.
Absolutely. 2 stomps really in their own right. I feel like WE had a much better showing in comparison to AL in both their respective defeats for sure, but very happy to see EDG come out with this rebuild and still look very confident, right? Very calculated. It really does seem like GAG and Mako are, you know, anchoring some of these younger players, in particular, of course, Leave on that front to ensure that they feel comfortable. And Fofo, of course, we know what he's capable of. We've been witnessing him for a while now, and he had a very standout performance in this series.
Yeah, very good stuff. Let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow for you guys. LNG and TT will face off, meaning it's just Weibo at that point that won't have played a game. That'll be in Suzhou. And then RNG versus IG, another old school rivalry coming out there. RNG, obviously one of the teams with an absolutely stacked roster once again this year. But IG, I think, impressing a lot of people in their first series. I'm excited to see what they'll bring to the table.
Yeah, you know, and I feel like their performance, albeit it was only against AL, who at least by the games that we've now seen additionally after today, do look like they're struggling. But I think, you know, IG put out a really good performance. There's a lot of hype around You Should Know Me. And Dove, of course, hasn't quite made it to the roster yet. They picked up that win against AO with a substitute top 2 mid off-role player in Nenny. So things can only realistically look up after the Chinese New Year as well. So we'll see how they get on against RNG. Of course, RNG, a powerhouse as always, but excitement to be had again, it feels like, for the IG lineup.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly mention as well that the day after tomorrow will be that matchup that was mentioned in the interview. It will be our final series before Chinese New Year, Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports. And if you don't know, Weibo Gaming, the roster is absolutely stacked this year. The Shy, Caster, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp, like all top tier players in their own right. So that will be one you do not want to miss. Plenty more coming. 2 days until Chinese New Year and 4 banger matchups coming your way. I've been joined by Jamada. I've been Munchables. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We will see you guys tomorrow in chat. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.